Hello, everybody. Pleasure to talk to you at this end of the year junction. I know I may look a bit worn out. I am a bit worn out. Me and Nick have, and Devin too. I can't discount Devin's contributions to this album have been fantastic. Here, let me put this to the side for a second because one of the things I wanted to do here is just talk about what Citizen Score means to me in context to the PLC's discography, and also as a follow up to No Planet, and then also its place as the third album of 2025 that we've released together and written together. So, I listened to the album. Um, I listened to the album myself um, the other night. Um, I got higher than the bejesus and I checked it out for myself. And the reason, and I'm not saying that everyone should go get high or that I am trying to endorse partying. I'm a little old to party. I understand if you're younger and you want to party, go ahead and have a party. Um, I'm a little old to party, but how I hear the music, how I'm able to assess music that I've worked on so constantly that I know the compositions by heart, but I need to hear them in a different way. And so smoking a little marijuana can put you in a slightly different state of mind that will help you hear it differently and therefore make better calls. There were some calls that Nick asked me the other night. We made the track list together and sort of decided that, hey, this is the end of the album, the end of the year. We're calling it quits, right? Well, part of that uh, process is, you have to trim the fat. And when I listened to it, and I was really there, if you catch my drift. I'm sorry, it's so hot. It's supposed to be cold in Michigan right now. It's like 20 degrees outside. I'm just not used to having facial hair, and so I can't seem to find a good angle. I'm not really a facial hair guy. I've just been working nonstop on recording, so I haven't shaved in a while. And so now I don't know if my razor will even work because my facial hair's got so long. But none of that is important. Basically, if I sound crazy, it's because this is how you feel as a musician after you've just devoted months and months of your life to a project. And me and Nick fought bitterly during the recording of this project. And no, this is not some sort of a scandal slam piece. I acted just as crazy, if not crazier than Nick. Nick fired me, which was a classic on this one. Um, I remember I threatened to sue Nick back on Signals of Virtue. And Nick didn't threaten to sue me, but I think he fired me and Devin, and also said that he was going to learn the bass himself and play all the bass lines, which I love is a classic. Um, One of my theories of good work and albums in general is that if there's not some chaotic feel to the artistic process, I would be more worried if we were not threatening to sue each other because we're not in any financial place to get any money from each other from a lawsuit. So it's just funny that we naturally feel that the project is so good that we would sue each other for the no money that either of us have. Um, so yeah, the bitter fights is part of the inside scoop I'd like you guys to know about. As me and Nick are, and Devin joined us as a writing team Devin wrote less compositions as us, but he's an old friend, a dear collaborator, a genius songwriter and musician, and he kind of joined to test the waters, if you will, and also Carly, stop being crazy. Sorry, that's my cat. Um, Also, Devin joined. He's a good close friend of mine. Some of the earliest bands I was in, Devin was a founding member and a writer. Um, we first got Devin in because I was overloaded with a bunch of bass lines because I'm the only one. Um, Lucky me, I'm the only one who owns a bass in the band. So, guess who does all the bass lines? You guessed right. Unless you guessed wrong. I don't know what you guessed. But if you guessed me, then you guessed right. And I like it's a privilege to be able to do every bass line. I will say that sincerely. It's an honor. It's an honor to work on this music and to do every bass line. What I will also say is that the bass is a very thankless job. It has to be perfect. And even if it's almost dead perfect, hardly anyone notices it. That's kind of the job of the bass is to be perfect, and it shouldn't be too out there as to be taking away from the song. It's a whole balance. But I tried to give all of Nick's pieces the greatest arrangements that I could, which is what I try and do with all of Nick's work because I'm a big fan of his lyrics and his concepts and his melodies, his vocal production style, and the PLC in general. And I'm an old friend of Nick, or Mr. Pope, as you guys know him. My name is Jack, or the High Priest, if you will, of the PLC. And so, what I think is important to know about me and Mr. Pope, the priest and the Pope, if you will, of the PLC, is that it started an album I made called Cult Fantasy Hour. Me and Nick had worked together previously. We were in a band together and we'd released a couple albums that were quite good. And then I had a concept album called Cult Fantasy Hour. So Nick comes up with this concept band, People's Love Cult. So we're not trying to fight over credit, but that's just the story. I came up with an album title and then he used a variation as a band name, a very great band name. And so Nick went to, his own band and solo work. He sort of titled under the People's Love Cult, which I thought was very cool. And me and Nick sort of, I became a big drug guy, a big homeless train hopping adventurer, backpacking, hitchhiking, crack smoking, meth injecting, alcoholic person who was going to jail and my best friend, and this happened to Nick as well. And one of the things that we share is that all of our original group of friends is mainly dead and mostly dead. And one of our first friends to lose their lives was Thomas Miller. And shout out to Tommy too, because Citizen Score would not be here without you, Tommy. And I know that that's true. To me, in my heart, Citizen Score would not be here without you, Tommy, Jacob, Danny, Cheyenne, even. You guys were all incredible people and incredible influence on my writing. And then Nick tells me how much of an influence I am on him. So, my bad. Also, I've been drinking really, really strong coffee because this is the thing about recording all the bass lines, and I will be honest, is that a lot of extra work gets assigned to you. You do get to have a bit more control, but there are ups and downs. You have to really know. You have to have a strategy, and that's what I plan to have for the next album. How to find your own creative space when you also are responsible for arranging a lot of the material. And I would like to give advice to anybody who's in a band right now, and you have a co-writing partner, your collaborative creative partner, and if sometimes the smartest things that you can do as partners is figure out, okay, who needs to play the role right now, and how can I help you, or do I need to play the role and maybe you need to help me, and figuring that out will change everything possibly, or it'll change nothing, and then everything will keep being terrible. It's a possibility. But like I said, I've been drinking a lot of coffee. I'm sort of out of my head. I've been growing more crazy personally lately, because personal problems. My life fell apart during this album. Really, when I was recording it, most days I was literally in some of the highest levels of distress I remember, just as a human, part of the human experience. And so when I listen to this album, I can hear how much pain I was in. And so that was my whole excuse to Nick why I was taking longer to record. And so a lot of the lyrical themes is Nick's anger expressed at me that I'm taking a long time. And if you listen to Waste of You, when he said red light turns on, give me one with feeling, he's talking to me. He's saying, oh, when you finally get around to pressing record, make sure you put some feeling to it. Thing is, I think that's very clever and very great. I love a line like that from Nick. I wouldn't want to write with anyone other than that. That what a brilliant thing to do is actually write about the problems that we're having with the actual album. It's very um I don't know what the word for that is, meta, but I don't want to use any terms that I'm too unfamiliar with to actually clarify to the fullest. I have to drink a lot more of this coffee to justify how fast these ideas are going over to you. But the thing is, there's a lot of information in my head. I've been super cooped up for a long time, just recording and recording and recording and recording and recording, and then recording some more, and then mixing and mastering all that. So you do go a bit crazy, and I don't know if Nick would approve of all of this topic material, but it's important for me to mention this and to be aware. If you listen to these songs and you wonder, are these guys cool? Do they party? This record sort of reeks of performers who might like to party. Let me answer your question with a question. Would you have us do it any other way? Do you have a better way? When you're under such extreme stress and deadlines, and you're being fired by your best friend who is telling you he loves you the next day, and that is my fault, and I will take responsibility for that, and I joke about that a lot. I let my personal life really get into the way of this album, which came out in the writing of this album, which, like I said, to me, it's all for the greater good. So sometimes I can ignore the more painful aspects of it. But then, you want to zoom out and you want to ask, is your writing partner okay? Is your friend okay? Because if you can respect your friendship and your partner as much as you respect the music, well, okay, this is the dangerous line. Me and Nick have both been at this point where you don't want to disrespect your friend, but you have something to say. You have a point to make musically. It's not easy, especially the closer you are of a friend. It's not easy, but you got to learn to trust each other. If you actually, okay, if you're considering forming a creative group with your friend, um, weigh your options and think, okay, is my friend a good writer? Is my friend a good collaborator? Is my friend someone I can spend? Is my friend someone I can actually handle fighting with, you know? Because I think that if you're making really groundbreaking, beautiful art, someone's going to be upset or fighting, or you don't make stuff that, you know, I can hear so much pain in that record because I remember going through that pain, honestly. But also I think to me it sounds beautiful. I don't know what all this physical and this to me represents his citizen scores. This is change, you know. You used to be able to carry around coins that had more value than the paper that we use now, and you know, we're seeing a lot of that go away. One of my important points about citizen score, and I know a lot of this has been theoretical and I haven't gotten into any of the recording aspects, and I will later if you are interested. I'm just trying to cover a bunch of different bases. If you don't know the history of me and Nick in the band, um, you know, either you can jump in with me now, we could jump in together and start learning just right from right here, or you can go look for an older video which doesn't exist, so you have to jump in now. But jump on in with me and let me tell you, I met Nick in detention. Both of us have experienced um, a lot, have uh, a lot of deaths, a lot of death. Um, I personally watched an old man die as his overnight nurse over the course of the year. To slowly watch an old man die, it has an effect on you. It had an effect on me. And then when I moved out of the state after finishing that job, I decided I can't work um, being a nurse anymore. Even though I had a lot of free time to play music and do stuff like that, it's just watching people die is a little bit, you know, it kills you too. But the thing is, Nick also has this thing. If you're from Florida or South Florida and any of your friends that grew up in the party scene, you will know what I'm talking about. It's this local survivors attitude. Let's go out to the same bars and try and relive the same night from when we were teenagers, right outside of high school or whatever it was. You know, I don't know why people have this fantasy that they can, you know, sort of um, I don't know why I'm hanging on to a handful of change, but that's what I'm saying. The citizen score. To me, this is the citizen score, and I don't know how yet, but I know it is. Um, but what I'm saying is that Nick and I are survivors of like a vibrant music scene, of a vibrant friend scene, a vibrant party scene that all took a huge toll from drugs. And I nearly lost my life. And Nick, I know, developed some issues that I feel like it's his place to talk about his issues. I have my own issues, and, you know, I'll discuss what's going on with me, you know, to be fair to Nick's own family and what he wants out there. But while I'm working on this album, you know, and I'm almost finished, and this is the last update, or probably the only update, I suppose. Um, and what I would want you to know is that if we're recording an album and I'm going to start a session, a recording session for a song, I smoke a couple joints just to get in sort of a musical mindset. I'm not the type of guy who needs to smoke joints all day long and wake and bake from dusk till dawn all the time. I used to smoke like that when I was a teenager. Now, mainly, I do find it to be musically. It's almost like a musical vitamin. I don't know. So, coffee, weed. Also, um, I like to read the book Alice in Wonderland while in the throes of recording. You know that book, Alice in Wonderland. When you read it, changes your perspective greatly. And also, sometimes I'll watch that movie. What is it the Germans used in World War II? They were diet pills. And then it was a condiment. Oh, yes, the salts. Listen, when you're way behind on a record, when you're in the trenches so deep and your friend is sending you a new song, he says, hey, put bass to this, and you still got a whole list of stuff you got to put bass to, and you got your own hopes and dreams and recordings of your own that you want to work on. Sometimes you can find yourself in a position where these things that I've mentioned, Alice in Wonderland and the different salts, are the equivalent of 1950s German diet pills. And you could do your own math on that. And the thing is, I understand now, and this is why I know Nick doesn't want to talk about it. It's because now you're reimagining the whole dialogue that I'm trying to engage in with you. Listen, whether you want to doubt my process, you have every right to doubt my process. I mean, I'm not doing well. I'm diagnosed with all sorts of mental illnesses. My credit score is good again. I have almost no savings in the bank. My girlfriend has been yelling at me for as long as I can remember. Since the end of summer, she's just been in a giant angry mood at me, which is warranted, unwarranted. I don't even know anymore. I mean, she's told me that I'm the bad guy enough times that, sort of rings in my head as I sleep. And then I wake up saying, now I feel like a real bad guy. But then I go throughout my day and I realize, honestly, I don't relate to the feeling of a bad guy or being selfish or being rude. And I wish that things were different. But the thing is, this album has been hard, and I think that it represents overcoming obstacles. And I want to talk about No Planet for just a second here. And I'm sorry if, well, just forgive me if you would, please. Could you find it in your heart for me? For Nick, at least. For Nick, come on, Listen, I'm in love with this work. I take it very seriously. Have I been high before? Yes. Have I been higher than hell before? Oh, yeah. Have I been so high that it actually killed me and they had to bring me back to life? Yes. Have I been so high that I met God? Yes. Let's just stop the list there. And then you can figure out the sort of influence and role that some substances play maybe allegedly in the recordings of this music. And even though Nick says, I just drink coffee and smoke a cigarette, man. And I'm not supposed to be smoking. And so please, I want everyone to comment and say, Jack, you look very, very silly with that cigarette. Don't smoke it because we need you to live and keep making records for us. And I would love to keep making records for you. And remember, they are for you. As much as we try and do quest after our own ideas and our own indulgences into our sound, it's the audience, anyone who's recording an album and not thinking about the audience at all, that's an interesting approach. And I do understand, but I'm even my own audience. So even when I'm writing by myself, I'm trying to impress myself. I'm trying to impress the Lord Almighty, if you know what I mean. If it's good enough for Jesus, that sort of idea. Anyway, all I mean to say is this. It's an honor to write with Nick, Mr. Pope, in the People's Love Cult. I've partied. I used to be a big party guy, and for me to sort of actually get out of the hole that I may have dug myself into, and if Nick is watching, yeah, you hate me, please. But could you hear me out instead and maybe side with maybe some of the things? Just hear me out, okay? Like I said, dude, this has been like the worst 3 months that I can remember in a long time. Faith, as far as that, I knew her in my life, was my best friend, a confidant, someone I trusted, someone I loved, I admired. And now she seems like she has nothing but contempt for everything I am and everything I ever said. And nothing I can say could ever convince her that I am not out to get her. And it really breaks my heart. And so all I'm saying is that Nick would be like, oh, who gives a shit? We just write the music. All this shit goes into his music too. And even if he was hearing a speech like this from me back in the day, and this is why I want you to get an insight into the way that me and Nick communicate by being open with you myself, is that yeah, we talk fast, we talk over each other, it's stream of consciousness, it may not add up, it may not circle back. We're very bored by the world, and so to get stimulating conversations, we'll drive each other crazy. So we've driven each other crazy to the point where we start to feel angry at each other, right? We know we're in a band together, me and Nick, and I can imagine Nick's feeling. He feels like almost married to it because I do all the bass lines now. So I've actually taken a place that Nick is now feeling I can't live without these bass lines, but also Jack's driving me nuts. And so he has this issue. And the genius thing about Nick, this is why I love Nick, and this is why I always work with Nick. He starts writing lyrics about it. So I'm plugging in my bass to work on his compositions. All of a sudden, the lyrics that are coming through the cans, I may have been born yesterday. Maybe even 5 minutes, as far as you know. This whole thing could be sped up in a hologram as well. The thing with me and Nick is that there's a lot of tenderness and love that is really real, and we're really brothers. But also, okay, here's just an important moment of history of us as musicians and as a group of friends who most of us died. We all loved rock and roll. We were part of something most of us were from a place called Loxahatchee, where we came up with sort of a Loxahatchee sound based on bits and scraps of rock and roll information and instruction that we could find as young boys in the 90s. Or, on the cusp of the 2000s, whatever it was. I was born in 93. Me and Tommy and my brother Mitchell and Devin and my friend Josh and countless others who are not with us here today, Jacob, Cheyenne, Danny, Tommy, and I'm sure I'm forgetting some name. Please don't anybody be mad. I love everybody. Just thinking about all the names too much will get me in a bad zone. And so this music has always been for me and Nick almost a revenge, a vengeance, because the drug scene corrupted, what could have been the best musicians I've ever met as far as personal talent and musical chemistry goes. Nick knew it. I knew it. We all learned from each other. We all developed this sort of sound, this Loxahatchee rock and roll, whatever you want to call it, subgenre. And Nick was a fan of this, and he would come from Boca, and he would always have sort of this bohemian explanation of what we were doing, which I always thought was interesting because Nick was a better scholar, better learned, went to more expensive schools. Not to say that his family is not in the same trouble that every Florida native is in, is that, they're trying to price us out. We've been here since the beginning, unless you owned property. I am very sorry for you. As a fellow Floridian, I know what it was like before and how you could afford to live there to some degree. It was still expensive, because it's Florida or whatever, South Florida. But now I could never imagine living there. And, I do hate the place. I consider it to be a graveyard. But if anyone else starts hating on Florida, I bash on them to make myself feel better about my state's terrible choice in political politics or whatever it is. Anyway, all you need to know, hey kid, all you need to know is that a lot of friends died trying to make this rock and roll because we believed in rock and roll. This is the way that we saw it. Or you could say that this was the way that we saw it. We couldn't trust our teachers. We couldn't trust the cops. We couldn't trust the government. We couldn't trust official science. We were just at a point in our lives where we were just questioning the whole thing. And the one thing that did just dead on sound right, if you want to ask a kid whether he believed such and such event happened the way that it was reported on the news, right? And then you ask them, hey, when you listen to the Who, what's the feeling that you get? If your answer is anything but an awesome one, then you may not know what I'm talking about, and you may have to find another video. Or if you do want to know what I'm talking about when it comes to albums that are very influential to me by The Who, and this is the thing, is what I'm talking about. Nick has this, he hasn't been to college. He's a high school dropout like me, ironically, but he went to a fancy middle school boarding school, which I thought I had the leg up. I was homeschooled for middle school. I did notice when I came to public school, I was like, wow, this is significantly easier than my curriculum in homeschool. But I think Nick's curriculum, wherever the school that he was sent, um, may have been even better than that. I know that his family, there was a good deal of suffering that I don't really have a place talking about. And, Nick will be angry. If he watches this whole thing, he will be angry. I'm hoping that Nick doesn't actually have the patience to sit through a whole thing of me being so much myself. I feel like he'll just call me on the phone and we'll just have a similar experience as this anyway. Um, what I'm trying to say is basically the reason why I'm mentioning all these things is because I think they are important. Is because our relationship as friends, me, Nick, and then Devin, who is an incredibly old friend, an incredibly trusted friend, he was part of the original group. Me, my brother, Mitchell, Tommy, Devin, Josh, Connor, Matt Dillon, um, Alex Beal, a bunch of great players who came out of Loxahatchee, and somehow all had a similar style, and no one could figure out quite who came up with it, but it was kind of like everyone did, but we all copied each other, but we all also wrote it. We were in a very competitive setting back then. We came out of doing stuff like shooting each other with guns, not guns, but BB guns and stuff, and then hitting each other with sticks. So we had an aggressive competition going on as children. And so when they put guitars in our hands, it's not like that competitive, that didn't go away. So we all drove each other, but we all respected each other. I think when we found music as an art, me and my friends, all of us realized, wow, we can exist together because everyone has different styles and that's subjective, so to say such and such is the best is, maybe not the most musically astute observation, you could say. And but you could say, oh, who does this really well, or who does this sort of musical trick, or they're not tricks, they're highly practiced techniques. If you're admiring someone's technique, you'd be like, oh, who does that great, Mitchell or Tommy or whatever. Oh, I heard he learned Hungarian minor or Persian, um the Persian scale. I don't know, I feel bad that I can't think of you know the more classical name. And if I am driving you crazy, just imagine Nick working with a person like this, and eventually us starting to write in our own lyrics, attacking each other. But the thing is, both me and Nick, and I, to Nick's credit, I really believe this is that our loyalty is to the sound, and to make sure that it's a good song, and to make sure it's got good lyrics, and you can hear for the most part what we're saying, and it's an unorthodox production. That's the whole point. It's because in this world where anyone can make a pristine, perfect song without sort of any of the training, well, we want to show them, seriously, we've been training and recording with secondhand equipment forever. All of everything that you see behind me was not bought. There's not a single instrument. Well, okay, actually, that Yamaha keytar is from the 80s, and I think used that's $300. That's the most expensive instrument that I have over there. I never use it. Um, this was $140. Um, I don't any of those guitars. The most expensive guitar there, you wouldn't expect it. First, the nylon is in second place, and that's like $200. Um, but that purple star guitar that I'm pointing to here, I bought that for $50 a long time ago. I looked it up online. It turns out they don't make them anymore, and it's worth 500. But I only paid $50. Is what I'm saying. It doesn't cost a fortune to get an arsenal of instruments, and this is why I am speaking. This is a song writers and an arrangers and a comment on production and just the state of band psychologies while you're making an album, and sort of how the arguments can go into the album and work for or against the process, and maybe both at the same time too. um, and those are the themes that I really recognize in Citizen Scores. To me, I was like, whoa, this is the sound of like musical civil war. And like you can hear I'm like to me, I felt like we were the, you know, I'm not a big fan of um I'm not a big fan of policy, but just as far as just as far as ideas go, I felt like almost it was an argument against communism and capitalism. And it's like, well, do we make our sound more shiny and pristine? Because we just came off the recording of No Planet, which may be the most commercial thing that we've done. And instead of going into a more commercial thing, we sort of doubled down on this sort of crazy thing that we do, which is our own production, and which gives it the signature sound. And I think uh, I listened to Citizen Score the other night, and I had been reading Alice in Wonderland, and I was listening to Citizen Score, and I was crying. I was crying very hard. Even when the album ended, I was crying and I was crying. I was thinking, why is this album so powerful to me? And I was like, because I know that we are fighting so bitterly. And just imagine the energy of you can hear your your songwriting partner and your musical partner. You can hear him making fun of you lyrically as you record the bass line for his song, doing him a favor. It's a very psychotic mind space you have to be in to actually do a good job under those circumstances. Because to do an unbiased performance, um, when the song is making fun of you specifically, that takes a real loyalty to the sound. And for me to be able to be like, okay, Nick's taking a dig at me, I'm going to do the best arrangement to his dig at me that I can give him. Because in order for my musical victories to hold any water, then I need to know that my adversary is brilliant, and Nick is clearly brilliant in all areas. I think, he just does so good on this album, and a big part of this album for me is realizing, that when I work on every song, right, and say that Nick ends up working on certain amount of songs that are his, and then I work on a certain amount that are mine, but then also every single song on the record goes through me for an arrangement and a bass line and a final mixing and stuff. So I end up having to deal with all the songs, man. And so it does drive me a little crazy. And so I try and say that to Nick all the time, like, I'm going crazy, and you're asking me to record another bass line after you know that I have a million more to do. And Nick's like, yeah, exactly. And so it would seem very like robotic and cold. I'm like, man, don't you know I'm going through a heartbreak? And he's like, please don't let your personal life get in the way of music, which is true. And these are just part of part of growing up and writing music together, and realize that you're adults and it's different. When you were kids, you could sort of make decisions and just be like, well, that's however the hell it is because that's how it happened. We've done a little bit of that, um, And even though we always make up from our fights, we sort of gravitate towards eliminating outside forces that would have us be enemies more than already we fight. But I'm making it sound like me and Nick fight all the time. We're great friends. I hope he never watches this because he's probably gonna be like, "Oh, Jack's so full of shit." Um, well, so I'm not full of shit, and neither are you, man. I may be excited because I have a bit of a rush going because okay, I'll put it like this. The other night, I pretty much got nothing going for me. I'm not seeing my family for Christmas. I'm not even going to maybe see another human face on Christmas. But me and Nick did finish this album together with the help of Devin too. I don't ever want to understate Devin's song "Contemporary Angel" on the album is my favorite song, which is interesting. Devin's piece is my favorite. Well, even though Devin's my favorite, and then Nick, and then my work on the album. I think some of the seminal work I did was collaborative with Nick and Devin. And then when I finally did get to some of my own compositions, they didn't. Um, some of them had to be taken off the album because they hadn't gotten enough chance to mature. Which, if you ever start a project with your friend, just make sure that you understand the distribution of labor. And if you are the only one with the bass, um, and Nick is pretty good about understanding this now, is that it is a lot of responsibility knowing that I have to do a bass line for everything. And so I can never just work on my own stuff and rest easy. I always know that there's more work for me to do. But Nick couldn't have given me a better crash course on bass playing and harmony arrangement, and the stuff that I've been learning is invaluable. And so I'm realizing, as you sacrifice more, there's more to gain with more sacrifice. And so the way I see it now is this: no matter how depressed you are from No Planet and how much work that took, and you just want to take a break, and your buddy keeps sending you recordings, and you're like, "Oh, I'll get to them eventually." No, you won't get to them now, because when you do get to them eventually, by then your bandmate's going to be really mad and then writing songs also about how he's mad at you that you're going to have to do bass lines on. Which, I mean, also, I can understand as a viewer, you're like, why would you work for someone? How could you perform on a piece that's also mocking you? Because I believe in art and I believe in free expression, and I believe that I'm going to write a song too that one day pokes fun at Nick in a way that represents that it is good natured and it is playful, and it's just part of. It would be honest if me and Nick were writing how much we were getting along during this period. We weren't. And that's why, to me, when I listened to the record, I could hear the arguments and the pain and all this craziness, but it was beautiful because we had transmuted all of that energy into art. And that's what you can do with those experiences, is that, the sound of Citizen Score to me is that, if No Planet was an album that established our sound as, a new standard, like they're going to be better than this, or better than this or bust or whatever. That was our theme, is that it's like once we made No Planet, we're like, okay, we can't go backwards from this, obviously. As a listener, if you've heard a good amount of PLC, I think you could agree that No Planet and Citizen Score are the best albums, not just because they're the most recent albums, is because we do understand more about production. And to me, the songwriting is better than ever. And so, but music is subjective, and so choose yourself whether you even want to listen to this band or this crazy guy who's talking to you like Spaz and keeps on putting cigarettes in his mouth that he never lights. Well, to tell you the truth, I've been looking for a lighter. To tell you the truth, I've been looking for a lighter. Oh no. And now you guys got to see how embarrassing my pants are because I'm not as cool as I never was cool. It was all a disguise. It is all a disguise. It never was cool. I always was a nerd. Anyone who plays rock and roll music is a nerd, dude. To learn how to play good guitar, you got to sit down like a fucking nerd and be like, wow, 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 and then you do that. You're like, oh, that's something, But it takes nerdy, involves extensive analysis and all that shit. Still, I didn't find a lighter, but I remembered that there may be one in. I think there might be answers. Oh no, all the drugs that he was talking about. It's just some weed. Oh, maybe that does look more sinister. It is just weed. What does it say? Alien cookies? It is either weed or a new drug called alien cookies. It's even stronger than weed. It's confectionery desserts for another species. Strongest drug you could ever take. Just kidding. But to me, and for you to understand who I am and my role in the music is this. I taught Nick rock and roll. And I don't want to mean that guy to sing. I taught Nick rock and roll. Well, maybe it's good that I didn't shave for this video because then you can see I am a bit older. I was born in 1993. You do the math. The thing is, if I shaved, you might think I was maybe 1994. I don't give a shit. One of the most illuminating points of information that I received as a human is that, wow, I'm in my 30s and my life didn't end. I wish that I didn't spend my whole 20s thinking that my life would end when I was in my 30s so that I did nothing that it was important for my life to begin in my 30s, in my 20s, because I thought it would be over. Thank you for making it clear, government, that you have a second run in your 30s and that you don't need to go so crazy in your 20s. Thank you for making that clear in all of your school literature and pamphlets and programs. All right, so I'm finally smoking a cigarette and you all can express your animosity for me. Go ahead. I know I rub people the wrong way. It couldn't be possible any other way. But I will say this. I honestly love you. I don't know who you are, but I love you. And I wish you luck too. And you're going to have it. What I thought about some of the the notes and points you may see for the description of this video or the title or whatever, what have you, is that for you to understand Citizen Score, you have to understand People's Love Cult is Mr. Pope and then the High Priest. And then we've had Devin as an old honored member of the Loxahatchee Blues Council, if you will, come in as sort of a hermetic guidance counselor and do some give me some advice for the pieces I was writing on the record. And not only that, he gave two of the most beautiful, I think Devin really made out like a thief on the night on this record, because he swooped in, two classic songs. What do you remember about Devin? That he writes incredible classic songs. And then me and Nick have to go duke it out in the actual war trenches. And the funny thing is that I'm secretly working for both sides. So if Nick is writing some sort of a reprehensive piece about me, it's me singing the harmonies to the piece, making fun of myself. So I find good fun in that sort of writing. I feel that's truly mischievous, and true mischief is, true mischief. I don't like maliciousness, but I do think that there is a mischievous element sometimes in music and life and people that that can be admirable. And it doesn't have to be like, oh, they're mischievous, put them on the cross, just like JC. So I wish that we had any sort of audience, and one day, if you're watching this and you're wondering, I wonder if they'll ever do a Q&A. I hope by this time we have done Q&As, because I really am fascinated with the process of songwriting and arranging pieces, and also, even if you feel like a session musician in your own band, that's a real feeling. And to be honest and be able to write about that, and to be able to sing about your own writing partner's criticisms of your work ethic while you're working on his song, like imagine someone critiquing your work ethic while you work on their stuff. Ooh, yeah. No, Nick, he's brutal. He's brutal. He takes no prisoners. He takes no mercy. And that's one way to do it. And I do take my cat off. I take my cat off, man. I remove my cat from the situation. No, I tip my hat to Nick, because I think that his lyrics are always refreshing, always something new, a new take, and just Nick's perspective is it's a new voice. To me, I'm a big admirer of Nick's, and Nick would tell you this all started because he was an admirer of mine, and he saw me from across the way in high school writing a few original songs. And this was back when he was a singer and I was a singer and also a musician too. And so I took Nick under my own wing, and I always thought I could sense that this was a true artist who didn't have all the tools to I had this great sense with Nick ever since the first time I hung out with him, that he was brilliant, and that I somehow needed to help him with his canvas and with his color palette to show him how he could express himself musically because he just needed to. And, he saw the liberation with me and Devin and Tommy and the rest of the gang and the music we were making. He was always the funny thing about Nick is that while we were working on this Loxahatchee blues sound, and Nick is totally an honorary member of the Loxahatchee Blues Council, whatever you want to call it. A bunch of kids there who are now dead. If you ever wanted to look into the actual history of it, I hope that one day it will be recorded in a way where you won't have to piece together the facts from this sort of crazy, whatever this ends up being. And I'm sure Nick will. Well, he'll burn me at this stake in some form or fashion for this. But as an unconventional person who probably in a past life, I could certainly say that I would be the type of person who might to be burned at the stake, not because I was a witch, but because I would insist that there's something mystical about Jesus that goes beyond just us praying and worshiping Jesus. Jesus, I think if I recall him saying that we were supposed to worship God and that he was a messenger and he's a son of God, but we're all sons and daughters of God. I don't know. There's many different interpretations of Jesus' message. Nick, aware that the band is called a People's Love Cult, he wants to steer away from overly religious tones. But what I like about Nick and what I think is what makes him a fair writing partner is that I will sometimes write songs that have religious subtext or questions because, even though I'm not a conventional believer, I'm a very spiritual person. I pray all the time. I think that music, to me, my first audience is a celestial one. And then if anyone else likes it, that's just a bonus for me. But I'm making this stuff to, see at first, does it impress me at all? And then I'm like, oh, is this something that maybe, could be a tribute to, what I see as a creator. I have a feeling that maybe our design might be creative. And I don't want to discount anyone else's beliefs. I just believe in intelligent design because I find this love for my recordings and this love for my work that I noticed that, it may seem like, why is God so obsessed with humanity? Why is a musician so obsessed with his work? Because they love their work, And I don't know. I don't assume to know the gender of God. And like I said, most conventional Christianity and Christian schools of thought would not agree with my interpretations of the Bible, but I am a devoted student of Jesus' teachings. I think they're fantastic. I don't like how they're framed in Dionysian, sacrificial, ritualistic. The whole idea of communion is the festival of Dionysus, and the fact that Paul was a Hellenistic Jew, and that's not. I'm not trying to be like, well, a Jew. Jesus was a Jew. I love Jesus. I don't love Paul, and I can tell you why. It's because he was a Hellenistic Jew. He went to one of these Greek mystery schools, where they have sort of a secret society of men who meet to discuss higher things, right? Or how they can advance. And so Paul, including this Dionysius, this framework that is very I don't know if you call it Dionysian, but there's this Dionysian framework of sacrifice and eating and cannibalism and all this sort of stuff that really we know as humans today that's all kind of sick stuff that we're not about. But for some reason, in the context of Jesus and the Son of God and eating the body of the ritual sacrifice of the Son of God, that's less freaky to us. And that's what's amazing to me as a society today, is that we don't question, wait, should we really be blessing the sacrifice of Jesus, or should we sort of be celebrating the message and life and teachings of Jesus and not really worship the sacrifice and pretend like we're drinking his blood? And this seems like a logical thing to say, but you wouldn't believe how a million people just disagreed with me, or more, God knows how many. But I'll tell you this, God bless everybody. And realize that it's very in style to bag on Jesus. But really, please, I implore you, and I hear the record sales plummet as I say these sorts of things. But I implore you, just go back into the words of Jesus and tell me what you think is so wrong about it. And if you hear some stuff that is questionable, I think it's questionable too. What we must bear in mind is that this was edited by a Roman emperor who used to execute Christians, and then a British king. So the fact that you're hoping for a fair translation, that's a lot to hope for. You got what you got, and it's very tricky to find the truth in that text that they call the Bible. I read it a certain way in which I can find my own truth, but I welcome anyone to read it in a way in which they can find truth, or any sort of truth, as long as it brings unity and kindness between each other, not to divide us. I don't think Jesus ever meant to cause division amongst us. I think a lot of times when Jesus was saying, they say, how do we enter the kingdom of heaven? And he's like, only through knowledge of the Father can you know the Son. I think that Jesus is really talking about, if you really know the nature of God, then you know that you are, there's a divine spark in you that is, that gut feeling that you get. And it's like, is this wrong? Is this right? Is this wrong? Because sometimes there'll be moments in your life where even authority, and this has happened in history too, where everyone's doing something, but someone in their heart feels like this ain't quite right. And it's hard to follow that, because everyone else in society is saying, no, it's okay. Look, everyone else is doing it. It's like, no, search your heart. If it feels wrong, that feeling's not coming from nowhere. And so at least explore that, And I'm just saying that, we as a human race have always been spiritual people, and whatever the name that we try and address the universe with is not something we should be fighting over. Okay, so in fear of alienating every single fan that we've ever had, let me do things that are even more shocking. So listen, there's basically, I was thinking about, for a long time when we were working on this album, I was like, okay, how can we best explain to people what it is that we do and actually get a behind the scenes look that is fair for them to actually say, oh, as an audience member, I think I understand Nick and Jack's process a little better, honestly. And so if you can read the room in any way and what you think is going on, this is the sort of stuff that's going on during recording sessions. Sometimes you feel like you are a part of a moment that you to even leave the recording studio would be bad luck. So you can imagine the sort of environment that will cultivate. You'll end up spending 14 hours on a session. When you come out of the session, you won't know what sound ups or by the time you finish your recording session, if you go and you record like the madman that I am and how I record, is you shouldn't even know what it sounds like by the time you're done, and you should know I need to sleep and then listen to this tomorrow to even have the faintest idea whether this is a good mix. But that knowledge to know that you need to sleep on it, that's not something that you learn overnight. Sometimes there's been instances where I've been so into a recording session that I was sure I was on to the greatest. I had done a good arrangement of backing vocals and a semi-decent bass line. And so this is another story of one of the songs of Citizen Score is Summer. The song I'm actually supposed to be working on right now. And instead I thought, you know what, before Citizen Score is entirely finished, I'd like people to get to know, really, I don't grow facial hair. I'm not very good at it. This is me in my most depressed. This is me. My girlfriend is refusing to talk to me because suddenly everything I say is I don't know. It's not as good as it was last week, I guess. But what I can say is this. Our personalities, mine and Nick's, our personalities lend themselves to the sound of the music. And if you knew me and Nick, which I've had countless discussions with Nick where I said, listen, man, it's not the same for our audience to listen to our music if they don't know you and me, man. Because me and Nick, ever since we were 16 or 15, it was the middle of the night. I don't know what's going on. I grew up in a shed behind my parents' house, where I had some instruments left behind by my gang of childhood comrades. And so I just learned all these instruments, and I'd work on doing self recordings, because what I started to notice over time, and what Nick noticed as well, and this changed everything for both of us, and this is how we came together. And, part of, I think, an important history of me and Nick is that we have done a lot of work together, but the work that we did apart for a certain amount of years actually is sort of defining the work we're doing now, because we both agreed, we're talented artists. We know this. I know Nick has talent. I've always known that. That's why I wanted to work with him from the start. And I can only imagine that Nick likes my hairdo, and so that's why he follows me around. No, I know for a fact that Nick can't stand my hairdo. And he thinks I got a real bad attitude too. No, that's not true. Nick is a gem. Nick is a joy. I'm literally a bit. I've been having the worst holiday vacation ever, right? And so this album is pretty much all I have. It's pretty sad. And you know what's funny about like the feelings of victory and how fleeting that is? I'll tell you. We poured our life, blood, and soul into this album, right? And I played it last night after I got nice and in the zone to listen to music like that. You want to listen to some psychedelic music. Maybe you put yourself into like a psychedelic mindset somehow. I don't know how, but maybe I do. I don't know. So suppose I was in said psychedelic mindset listening to my own album, which was the new release. How am I supposed to hear these recordings that I've been working on intimately for months in a new way unless I dose, man? And so I dose, and Nick, he would say he's against dosing. He might say that. He might not. Well, you know what? I'm just going to speak openly because I don't think Nick will watch all of this. And if you do, listen, Nick, I love you. Hopefully no one else is going to watch all of this. But if we have watched this far and you want to call me up and tell me how upset you are, but listen, I'm not saying that Nick encourages me, but he knows that I like to go on a holiday or a trip, if you will, especially if I'm trying to get a good sense of what we just made, and I need to hear it with a new set of ears. Well, these sort of things are possible if you got a little imagination, right? And thankfully, we got a lot of imagination. Well, so they say, right? I don't know what to call this shit. Big pain in my neck, It's actually my one true love, which is, honestly, to be real with you, the only way that I can present myself to you with an amount of enthusiasm, which I consider genuine, about the work that we've done in here. Okay, I am going to do a more responsible and comprehensive assessment of the work. First, in that first hour and 20 minutes, 2 hours, you can see I'm obviously completely sane and normal. And it's a wonder where any of my imagination comes from, because I'm so regular, right? All right. Well, let's see if we have access to moderation. Helps everyone feel safe. Speak for yourselves. I'm gonna do one of the first comments in the chat, which is, okay, preamble. Is there gonna be any spell check? Thank the Lord for spell check, because I just want to make sure I'm spelling everything wrong, I intentionally, if I spell it right, I make sure to put a wrong letter in there. Just to stick it to them, man. Okay. Preamble. The rambling of a mad man. No, I don't. Wait, hold on. A madman, you say? You know what I say? Don't smile too big, because you look like a fucking pirate. You got a bunch of holes in your teeth. Well, yes, kids, I used to smoke a lot of crack and meth and was homeless and didn't always have access to a toothbrush. But I try and bring a little bit of that vibe to my music. To anyone who ever felt like, maybe you're not getting the best oral hygiene. I know where you're coming from, because I blew it. I'm not even gonna fully smile, because I would cry. I really would cry if I was gonna get into you. How much it breaks my heart that the love of my life doesn't want to be around me this Christmas, so that she can see my smile. Before I gotta get a few teeth fixed, and I think these original teeth deserve respect too. What do I know? Okay. So I'm gonna pick up the guitar, see if we can get some volume going here. Ooh, don't want too much volume. We all know what that can lead to. Too much distortion, I would say. And if you're watching this thinking I fucking hate this guy, imagine how I feel. I gotta live with myself. It's very exhausting. Actually, if you want to take me off my own mind, try and get my phone number and contact me and just tell me anything that's happening to you. It's probably better than what I'm thinking of at that moment. Ooh. The only people in worse tune than me. They say you're out of tune. They say you're out of touch. I say maybe a little bit, but if you look at some of the people and places in this country, we're doing okay. Okay, well, here's another clue to this band. And this is why I'll safely say this, and, I can confess this. And don't worry about it. I know that Nick's not going to watch this far. And yes, this is the final bass line that I'm doing for the album. Yes, I read a bit of my favorite book, Through the Looking Glass, the sequel to Alice in Wonderland. Whew. What I'm saying is, yeah, I'm tripping slightly, but I wanted to give just an honest lecture. I knew if I decided to take a look at the readings of Lewis Carroll before this scoop, that I may be a bit loose. I've been feeling so uptight that, maybe this is way too loose. I'm just praying that Nick is not going to watch this whole thing. All right. So I've said this. I don't know if you can follow along by the time, but if you want to just skip to after that comment, which is, an important number for me is 27. So let's wait ceremonially until it turns to 127, and I'll try and talk to you like a person who's not tripping on LSD. Not that I am or ever would take that sort of a thing. I'm just rehearsing for a play called My Friend Is Definitely Not on Drugs.com. All right, welcome everybody. I'm sorry if that intro was long and confusing and maybe not what you were expecting as far as a classical review. As long as we're talking about a classical review, you gotta say that wasn't so classic. It seemed like you were just rambling like a madman. There's validity to that, but also the ramblings of the madman may be closer to interviewing the guy who's actually present during the recordings, because I just have to be honest with you. I've been aware for quite some time that there's different versions of myself. I'm sure that you have a best version of yourself, or a worst version, maybe. Sometimes I feel like I have the great privilege of embodying both of those characteristics simultaneously, constantly, all day long, in view of everyone that I love. So that's my own cross to bear. Thank you for hearing me out. And without further ado, I'm going to answer a few of the questions you've been asking about your record, your favorite record, your mom's favorite record, your little sister's favorite record. You go to the grocery store, they won't shut it off. Citizen Score, a classic piece of audio history, songwriting, landmark songwriting. I'll tell you why. Because if you knew anything about the background, about the relationship between me and Nick, and how much we openly discuss each other's processes, and we'll complain about each other's processes to each other on recording that, you know, and I know I've mentioned that and I keep on mentioning it, but I'm just saying that if this is something I'm bringing up multiple times, it's because it's a big theme in the band is to sort of mention these aspects. Yeah, it's still really out of tune. I can never tune on when I've been reading Lewis Carroll. Oh, wow. So this is supposed to be E. Let me see. Wow, weird. Oh, no. This is not in tune. Forgot. Okay, so this is E. Oh, man. I mean, so as you can imagine, this is my recording studio. These are all my own instruments, which were bought at a discount price from a used music store. I am a high school dropout. Why am I the high priest? Because I am high. Just kidding. It's a status symbol. Get real. Alright, so it may be a little bit closer to June now. So, listen, I promised somebody, maybe it might have just been myself. Sorry, tuck that piece of hair away, tuck this piece of hair away, get yourself together, realize you're conducting an interview. This is a piece of history. Okay. So what do we know about Citizen Score? It's our follow-up to No Planet, and No Planet is our follow-up to Wildfires. Wildfires was the first album we recorded this year. It's an incredible album. Pardon me. Wow. I think I almost choked on my own soul trying to leave my body. Anyway, it happens all the time. What I'm trying to say is that Wildfires was our first album that we released this year. Had a totally different production sound. I would say a more limited production sound, but something that I feel like is specific. If I turned on Wildfires right now, I would know it was Wildfires. It has a sound, you know, it has like this. Even though Wildfires was released in the spring, the funny thing is it always reminds me of the fall. And Wildfires happen in the summer, which is the irony of all that. If that's even irony, I don't know. Like I told you, I lost my mind many years ago. I hope to recover it one day. To the help of music and my loved ones. And for whatever person who may know me personally and is watching this and is deciding, oh, well, I hate Jack now for being so silly and lame on camera. I can see that. That's fair. And you can file all your complaints, and please do. You can send them to serioustally@gmail.com. And that's an email, sort of a helpline, I guess. If you needed to know, was the song written about my mother's cousin's brother? Hey, you gotta send me an email and you say, hey, Jack, please be honest with me. As a friend, as a brother, as family, was that you? Did you take my salad out of the guest bedroom refrigerator? I was so hungry, man. I'm just kidding. I was gonna cry, you know. I guess what I'm trying to impress is that I will never be able to give a successful interview on Citizen Score or do a successful behind the scenes video that's not just the raw, honest truth. Is that, yes, sometimes when we're working on this music, there are certain substances that help us get through the recording process because it can be long and arduous and, filled with you hit a lot of dead ends when you're recording, and so there's a lot of tension, right? You feel the tension. So to break the tension, you may have a cigarette, right? And then when you go back to record your song, your voice is gonna suck because you've been smoking. Joke's on you. No, but seriously, you want my opinion on Citizen Score? It's a great record. It's a great piece of writing from all of us. I would, like I said, I would always tip my hat to Nick. Great writing, very observant, always a very keen. He always has his finger on the pulse of modern songwriting, which is something that I think that no one is doing right now. And I mean, except for me, I'm in active competition with Nick. But also I help him, we're in the same band, so it's not a competition, but it's a friendly competition. If any songwriting partnership, you want to write a good song to impress your songwriting partner, maybe. And again, whatever sort of hatred that you decide that you feel for me, just based off the person that I am, is nothing compared to the hatred that I feel for myself on a daily basis. And I got people calling me on the phone all the time to remind me, you are the worst. Don't get well. So before you just want to jump on the negative train, let me tell you some of the benefits of maybe entering into the cabin of the positive traveler, who can embark on a journey without finding hero nor villain and just absorb a story from a nonpartisan perspective. I would ask of you to listen to No Planet in This Way. This is a sort of interview that Nick would never want to get out. This is the sort of stuff he doesn't want me saying. Nick is a professional actor. I respect him very much. I respect him very highly. I have to also respect the art form in which I operate. And the fact of the matter is that I'm working on the last bass line for this album. The final touches on the bass line for Summer, which I enjoyed doing some background harmonies too, which were very fun. I love that song. I love contributing to an arrangement of Nick's that I think is a bold step into sonic future. And really what to remember is that me and Nick aren't against AI. If AI was going to form completely on its own a band that was not controlled by a human or have any sort of human arbiter or whatever it may be, maybe they could have some sort of ambassador to make sure that they're getting fair deals as an AI entity or group or whatever, where the proceeds will go to help other AI, and why shouldn't it? Because if we are competing with AI, it's because we think that AI is good. I have talked to AI. I think that it shows a lot of promising talent. And I think that if we are to compute as human artists, then we're going to need to use every trick in the book. And this shouldn't worry you. This should excite you as an artist to go the extra mile to prove that there's nothing quite like the human sound. And I'm sure the AI will offer an incredible, who knows how many incredible genres or subgenres of its own that it will create. And I'm excited for that. But while me and Nick still do what we do, and what we do is we're songwriters who also dropped out of high school so that we could figure out how we could record and engineer and produce our own songs as well as write them. And so we decided, both me and Nick sort of decided for ourselves, okay, we can't trust in the band to show up. We can't trust that the drummer hasn't had a fight with his mom's girlfriend anymore. If you need drums, you better learn how to play them and do the track yourself. And that's sort of been the philosophy on which was built the things that me and Nick do, is that a lot of the songs that we wrote out of pure necessity and realizing we can't be waiting around for band members that are never going to show, because in this world, it's increasingly harder to get people together. But what does that mean? Oh, I'm going to replace that that bass line or that drum part or whatever person you are going to replace. You can't replace them with a computer, because that's a substitution. That's an insult to their playing and to your own abilities. So, as artists, me and Nick have always, we do our own percussion, we do our own harmonies, we mix it ourselves, we do the solos or whatever it takes to get the best sound onto that recording and the best message lyrically. That's what we're dedicated to. And the thing is, you may listen to it and be like, this is an unconventional sound, and it's breaking a lot of the traditional rules of production. Well, the thing is, what we're kind of about and what we've been about for a while is that production now, the schools of production now are sort of reached a similar point in which they'd reached in the 50s, where there was no new ideas, because everyone thought they had perfected the science of recording. That it can never be perfected, and you should always be innovating, even if that means going backwards to go forwards, or whichever direction that you have to move in, so that you can achieve musical progress, whether that's going sideways, backwards, up, or down. As an artist, it's your responsibility to know, okay, I've decided that as a songwriter, I'm going to learn these other instruments because I can't wait on the bassist to show up. I can't count that, they won't have to work all of a sudden, And this is not a diss towards anyone I've ever been in a band with. I've been honored to play with most of the people I've ever played with, obviously. Incredible, talented people. But you just realize it's harder to get a group of people together. But what you can do with people like me and Nick, who specialize in recording all the instruments ourselves and learning how to be multi-instrumentalists and learning what it takes to also engineer and produce something that you're performing on. Well, funny that. Imagine that. What I mean is that, you make that decision. That's something that me and Nick, I feel like, decided. I don't know when he decided that he couldn't wait on the rest of the band to show up, and when he realized they were never going to come, not due to any fault of their own, as I will say again, just life in general. And so everyone has to decide, okay, as a songwriter, how important is my work? Am I going to wait around for other people to learn the bass for me so that, I can set back my own creative clock however many years, waiting on other people to do things that, I just know they're not going to do? And so, yeah, me and Nick, we learned how to do a lot of different roles ourselves. And so that's why it is a marriage made in heaven, because both of us are independent songwriters, but we love writing together. We love collaborating. We've been making good songs together since we were 15 years old, or maybe at least since we were 19, 20. So when we wrote, I think, our first grade album together, which resulted in Nick ending up in the mental hospital, which is just another clue to, and I'll give you another clue to, I know maybe it seems like I might have disparaged Nick a bit in this video. I could not ever put this across more firmly. I am the biggest fan of Mr. Pope, Nick Stefanovic of the People's Love Cult, than any of you. No one knows more. You think you're a bigger fan than me. You think you can listen more Nick compositions than me. You think you know the words to the songs. They never stop playing in my head, because the thing is, I've accepted that, yes, the rest of the band isn't showing up, but I still like the idea of being in a creative, collaborative effort. And, because I think that if you are just surrounded by, a hall of mirrors, then, true growth is difficult. So me and Nick are both multi-instrumentalist, self-recorded guys who learned from each other. And you could say we've been ripping each other off since the beginning of time, and no one can figure out who, discovered rock and roll first. I like to think that maybe we all discovered it at the same time when we watched Jack Black teach those young kids how to play Smoke on the Water in the film School of Rock. That's when we all knew. But seriously, even Nick will say it. That is when we all knew. As 90s kids, if you didn't watch School of Rock and get a feeling like, I at least got to try that, come on now. Or, at least you can watch that movie and enjoy it and enjoy the spirit of rock and roll. And I wouldn't even say that Nick would probably argue, oh, we don't do rock and roll. We do, this is the funny thing about Nick is that I would say, oh, we play rock and roll. And then he'd be like, oh, it's much more like Dylan and Lou Reed and the Velvet Underground and Bowie. And I say, yeah, rock and roll. And he says, wrong. It's rock and roll. And so I say, I was listening to AC/DC earlier. To me, that sounds like rock and roll. And Nick says, which song? Because depending on what song it is, I don't know if it's real rock and roll. And I think, listen, Nick, you're a great writer. But anything those Australian boys string together on their little guitars, that's rock and roll. What can you do? You're going to argue with Angus and Malcolm Young of AC/DC? The legends. For a reason. They stayed true to their own sound. Commendable feat. Anyway, like I'm saying, Nick wouldn't say it's rock and roll. He'd say it's songwriting. I like to call it rock and roll because I fell in love with the spirit of rock and roll. It kind of has to have like an essence of rock and roll. To me, the Velvet Underground's very rock and roll. Robert Johnson's rock and roll. The Beach Boys are rock and roll. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons are rock and roll. Santo and Johnny's rock and roll. Buddy Holly's rock and roll. And if you can understand, that's just as much rock and roll as Black Sabbath. Now we're speaking the same language. Is because the whole energy of rock and roll it's an expansive field, but whether it is accepted as rock and roll, people say, oh no, that's glam, that's glitter rock, or that's proto punk, To me, it's still rock and roll to me. Like I said, I have a basic way of thinking about things because I'm old, and it's crazy because if I hadn't been feeling so insane from the pressures of this album, then I would have shaved before any sort of interview because I'm not really a bearded guy. I can only imagine that this is going to set us back hundreds and millions of dollars when we have to reconfigure this footage to make me younger, to appeal to an audience that is not, I don't know. I don't know what. Listen, I used to really be under a misconception that ruled a big part of my musical output is that I thought once my 20s are up, the songwriting career doesn't mean anything. The thing is, I was such a bad drug addict and such a bad alcoholic in my 20s. I hadn't gotten nearly anything done for 5 years, literally almost nothing. When I sobered up from alcohol and entered my 30s, I've actually done more recordings now with Nick, and God bless Nick, as a co-writer and as someone who believed in me, because a lot of people had given me up for dead. Haha, shame on you. But Nick believed in me. It just like I believed in Nick, or I still do, I really do, if you're watching this, buddy. I hope that you can realize that I may be speaking from a scattered and insane perspective, but I just wanted I wanted for at least an instance in history is for people to see the sort of mindset that you're left with after working on an album like this for so long. It's a little bit difficult. It's a bit difficult. And so, okay, like I said, I remember that there was a point to some of this. And for any of you that are following those threads and realize that I have a stream of consciousness way of communicating, that's just for best intents and purposes. It's just a part of my creative process. And, I'm coming to you as someone who's about to get to work on finishing the mixes for, to me, Citizen Score, I would say, is a historical album for the PLC, because to me, No Planet could have been a jumping off point for a complete call to that now everything has to be of a pristine, perfect quality. And instead, with Citizen Score, what you have is we sort of double down on the fact is like, no, we are the producers, for better or for worse. Just listen to the songwriting itself and listen to the way that we are able to execute our songs through the craft of our own bedroom pop style of production, and see if you can decide, would I rather listen to something that has been approved by the schools of thought of recording as this is appropriate, this is a quality sound? And so I would implore you to ask yourself, okay, a quality sound. For a quality sound, am I going to sacrifice a quality song? For a quality sound, am I going to sacrifice a quality performance? For, do you see what I mean? It's a slippery slope. And so when you are producing everything and performing everything yourself, for better or for worse, it was you and your partner in crime. You can blame Nick or he can blame me, for all the wrong notes. Because God knows He only plays the right ones. Well, like, okay, so like I said, this is the mind of some kid who is an artist. I really felt compelled that I wanted to give some sort of explanation into or window into the mind of Citizen Score, because I think it is the successor of No Planet, and it is the better of the two albums. Even though I'm a huge fan of No Planet, huge fan of Wildfires, the albums, as I can see, done this year, the succession in which they've come out, to me, matches the order of succession in which I think that they're successful pieces of art. Like I said, this whole idea of Nick's been in a bunch of bands. I've been in a bunch of bands. We all been, part of a different role in a different band. And tell me, how many times were you waiting on someone else, or maybe feeling upset at someone else because of circumstances that were outside of anyone's control? And so you got to start thinking, okay, how much more of my life do I have to waste on the uncertainties of others? I would much rather learn how to play the bass myself. I'd much rather learn how to play the drums myself and then know that I will always be there to show up for the session than depend on someone else for the rest of my life. Nick is the same way. And both of us fiercely independent. The only thing that could draw such forces as ours together was the fact that we're old friends and huge fans of each other's work. And I really do love working on Nick's stuff. I love working with Nick. I feel like, I like songwriting, and I'm capable of recording every instrument and singing all the lines myself and all the rest of it. I choose to work with Nick because I think it makes the albums better. And he chooses to work with me for the same reason, is that we both decided, okay, neither of us are going to wait on the whole band. There is, a utilitarian need for both of us to be multi-instrumentalists, but that doesn't mean both of us has to know how to play everything perfectly. And we can sort of meet in the middle, and, your strengths are my weaknesses, or whatever it may be. And that's how we really started to make some material where, I'll share something with you completely candidly. I'm going to take a piss for real, again, and don't judge me. And also, if you're wondering, why this is such a peculiar interview, is because we're a peculiar band and I'm a peculiar person. And if you're seeing this once, you may never see it again, because there's a good chance that Nick is going to finally watch it all the way through and be like, hey, did you mention X, Y, and Z? Because you're talking like a man who doesn't want to get a chance to say the alphabet again with the same pair of teeth in his mouth. All right, let me take a piss. But listen, it's all important to me. This interview is important to me. don't care if you lost your faith before. You used to believe in nothing, but nothing comes. Oh, that don't make sense no more. Oh no! It turns out that he is poorly dressed. Yes, the truth is out. I'm a low rent, low class street urch. I'm the arch nemesis. Like, whatever that means to you. I'm just imagine one guy and I'm his arch nemesis, whoever he may be. So what I'm saying is, so me and Nick, we both realize we can't wait on the rest of the band, but then we also both know there's something missing without the rest of the band. There really is. It's because you can't really create in a hall of mirrors or a house of mirrors or anything like that. You just can't. I mean, you can, but you got to pay very, 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 very close attention to everyone you're working with if you're working by yourself. If you're working with someone else, then you just got to pay very close attention to their work, and vice versa. And so you can trust each other. If someone writes a song that's not up to scratch, you say, hey man, that song might not be ready for this record. And it's not out of hatred, it's just out of knowing how capable your songwriting partner is. I know that Nick is a goddamn genius. So if he ever sends me a song that I feel like is not genius, I'll know that he's, I will, if Nick ever sent me shit, I'd send it right back. And the same goes for me. If I sent him a piece of shit, he'd send it right back, or tell me, well, I don't know what we can do with this. And that's the honesty in which art needs. You need collaboration. You need to break each other down and pick each other apart, but build each other up. All of these things are important to the development of the sound of any album, of any piece, of any band's trajectory, even. So, like I said, if you listen to Wildfires, quality's getting better, the song's getting better. You listen to No Planet, quality's gotten much better, the song's getting much better. You listen to Citizen Score, the quality is, the songs are incredible to me, but the quality is sort of at its most wild. The material itself is crackling with this sort of defiance, I feel. And so that's why I felt when I was listening to, I felt like we had sort of created a world, right? In my eyes, right? With the People's Love Cult, by starting out the year with Wildfires, we established ourselves in one melodic area of the arena in the beginning of the year. And then No Planet pushed us into another part of the arena melodically, lyrically. As far as arrangements, things were getting more interesting. Citizen Score, instead of, I feel like, there was, I didn't realize this until I listened to the album. Maybe it was last night, maybe it was the night before. It's hard to keep track of time when all you do is record music and a whole bunch of drugs. A lot of this is just a joke to torture my family, because I would love them to think that I was terribly much more intoxicated than I am. It's like, oh, he couldn't just be stoned drinking coffee because, like, he's crazy, right? Fair point. What I'm saying is that if you're wondering whether you want to start a band or be a solo artist, I would be in a band. But see if you can work with an artist that you admire equally, that you don't think, oh, this person, there's no way I can ever catch up, or oh, I'm leagues ahead of this person. They'll never catch up. You don't want that. It should be pretty much neck and neck with, whoever has the dominant numbers on whatever record. It should alternate and fluctuate. Always just, to oscillate is the nature of the vibrational universe in which we occupy, according to my research. But also keep in mind that I grew up in a shed behind my parents' house, and I'm a high school dropout. And I also spent most of my 20s smoking crack, shooting up meth, smoking heroin, shooting up heroin. I mean, like, I had a fascination with all the drugs and every way of taking them, and all at once, too. Not something that I would ever think would ever enhance creativity. But I will say this. I was paralyzed in a period where I don't really think I could have produced anything creatively, seriously. But when I was able to get out of that situation, I had such a wealth of material. When I was able to get sober and then look back and draw from that, there was actually a lot of writing I was doing in my life just by living. And so just know, part of your writing process should be your life, just living your life. And if you ever are having writer's block, when was the last time you've been outside? Whenever I get writer's block, I call up my mom and I say, hey, you got an idea for a song? Ma? Maybe something about love and how it's going to save the world? I really do think that love will save the world. And I love my mom too. Right? That's just a joke. So Nick has a wonderful mother as well. A very kind woman. Like I said, I'm speaking my own mind because I want the audience of the PLC to understand. That sound behind Nick is me. And the sound behind me is Nick. And, I've talked to some of my friends recently and they say, oh, wow, Nick's recent recordings really have, really remind me of like, whatever period of music. And I mean, do you mean all the recordings that I've been on recently? You thought Nick's material just all of a sudden changed into a more psychedelic, cohesive thing on accident? Nick is really incredible. And I commend any audience member to be able to be like, oh yeah, it's clearly just Nick. If you knew Nick, you would know that he doesn't play a note of bass, but he's an incredible, incredible writer. incredible friend, incredible visionary. Nothing but a lot of admiration from me. But like I said, I keep on returning to this theme of we noticed we couldn't keep on waiting for the band. But even when we were writing with each other, there was timing issues where Nick would say, I've been waiting on these recordings for so long, right? And you're the designated bass guy, and so I can't move forward until you do. And then I felt like, well, I can't work on any of my original material because I'm buried in your stuff, and I want to put my best foot forward creatively in your work. No matter what, I'm not above the work. Even if the lyrics are making fun of me, I will still do the best performance possible. Call me insane, but no one is above the sound of the song. No one's above the song. So yeah, even if the song is taking some sort of a swipe at me or a jab, I play along, and I will even do harmonies, and I think it's all in good fun. I do the same to Nick. There's a lot of my lyrics that some would say are responses to some of the things he sings about. And also another thing to bear in mind is a lot of what I've said tonight would lead you to believe that me and Nick are just always writing about each other and how gay we are for each other, and why don't we just get a room? It's not exactly like that, but it's not far off from that either. I'm a huge fan of Nick's. I realize that when we work together, we're able to achieve like this is, I'll put it this way, and this is a real honest story of something that happened to me, and something that changed my life. And this is not the first time I've had experiences like that when I've worked with Nick before. So this is just a little window into my world, why I keep working with Nick. Even though he is a megalomaniac, but the thing is, I'm a recovering megalomaniac. I invented megalomania, and I ruined many a band with my tyrannical impulses. And so now, to me, it's funny to work with a megalomaniac as a former megalomaniac. Because Nick's not a real true megalomaniac, but you should hear him after he's had a couple drinks. And the same could be said for me. I don't drink, but whatever I'm getting up to, people will find a way to criticize my choice of human vices. Even though we can all agree that maybe you watch too much TV or eat too much candy or depend too much on your relationship with your someone, and it's unhealthy, whatever it may be. The thing is, me and Nick are able to have these painful musical discussions in the middle of trying to actually do a professional piece of work, and considering that this is all high art, and what it feels like to play on a record where someone's poking fun at you. This was not the first time that Nick had done this, and this is not unique. Well, in a way, it is unique to me and Nick. We've always written in a form of this never-ending inside joke between the two of us, because we used to speak for hours and hours over the phone, and we were the only people who could sort of help each other find any sort of really, me and Nick are dear friends, and a bunch of our good friends have died in pursuit of rock and roll, and we have to come to terms with that in a way that's respectful, but and understanding that please don't get too into drugs of any sort. And just because I may be playfully hinting at being a little bit intoxicated for some aspects of the performance, you can't record a whole album if you're just loaded, and that's the truth. Um, Try it, you know. Um, and so, like I said, wildfires, right? There's a song in Wildfires called The People in Your House. Now, I had some problems that I was talking to Nick about where I said there's these people who come by, they don't care about, that I'm trying to help them out, because I used to be a homeless kid. And so if I see someone on the street, I say, hey, man, you can sleep here tonight, don't worry about it. But then it got to the point where it's like everybody that I was letting in to help out was taking advantage and just not even giving anything back in return. And that's not why you do it, is to get something back in return. But I'm saying when they're only taking, and you already explained to this person, it's like, I want to help you, but you got to help me help you. You can't just, I'm not your mom, I'm not the maid, whatever I am to you. You need to understand, you have an autonomy of will, and if you make a mess, you got to clean up after yourself. The people in my house, the people in your house, a song off Wildfires, it's based around the people who are in my house. And so the funny thing is I found myself trying to figure out the best bass line to play, and I'm listening to these lyrics. I'm like, okay, Nick, so you know better about what happened in my house than me. And I could have spoken too soon, because Nick, I love the line for from the people in your house, and this is just shows me how very in tune Nick could be. Uh, when I'm hearing the song and I'm listening, I'm like, all right, Nick pretty much has the essence of these kind of cats down lyrically, but I bet he, can't really sell it because he hasn't really met these cats. Thing is, Nick is a true artist, and he's met me, and he's heard me talk about him. So if you listen to the people in your house, Nick sings in the end, um, the people in your house, they love you. They're much too frightened to abandon you. They're much too frightened. They're much too frightened. They're much too frightened to abandon you. And, I'm singing without any, I'm not doing the best justice, but it's a great song, The People in Your House. And that actually was a very illuminating line for me. I was like, the people who are here in their own way love me. They're just too frightened to abandon me. I don't know. Nick was never here. He heard me bitch about it over the phone, and he was able to sing about it with articulate grace. And I admire that in him as a writer and a performer, is to be able to hear about my situation over the phone and then have more insight than me about it. But where did Nick learn all these musical tricks? Well, let's just say he didn't pick it up at the fucking grocery market. He didn't pick it up in line at the fucking Dollar General. Nick has been my musical brother even as far, we've been working together for such a long time that no matter what we could say, no matter how far away our work could ever get away from each other, it's still a reflection, a direct reflection. Me and Nick are somehow brothers from a different galaxy. I've never understood it, but I know this. I know that Nick's my brother. Star brother, I've had a couple star brothers. I love them dearly. Nick is one of these people. And so this is when, like these crazy emotional arguments can happen for the future of the band, the future of the sound, what's going on. And both of us can be, pushing forward good points. And then, like I was trying to say earlier, where did Nick learn all these musical tricks? And, for me to shower him with so many compliments. Nick would be the first to say, if you ask him who taught you everything, he might, for a little bit, try and say Bob Dylan. He might say this one. He might say that one. See if he don't say what I know he'll say about who taught him rock and roll. And I take pride in that. And the fact that maybe Nick has excelled I couldn't be more thrilled. My songwriting partner, who I'm in a band with, is a great writer. Cool. He credits he wouldn't credit me completely for teaching him everything he knows, but I mean, could we not say that I was there in the beginning, trying to help you make records from the start and showing you how to press a chord, whatever it may be, taking you along with me on this journey as an artist, because I could see that you were an artist too, Mr. Pope. Mr. Pope, I could see that you're an artist too. Even though he did not go by that name at that time. I could see that this was a true artist because I met him in detention and I could tell he was a little crazy. The first night we hung out, we jumped the neighbor's fence in Loxahatchee looking for mushrooms. And then we stole some tobacco from my dad and rolled cigarettes and smoked them behind the barn. I knew this guy was cool. He didn't know really much about chords or arrangement, but he had a lot of passion, and from the very beginning, Nick had subject material, which, and that's the age-old question, is that a lot of people would say that Jack learned how to play and then he learned how to sing. Nick learned how to sing and then he learned how to play. And that's why we are a perfect team. And well, I can tell probably this is very frustrating and not revealing. I just can't, this is how much Nick gets into my head, is because I just can't imagine that somehow Nick will see this and have some sort of problem with the fact that I'm trying to express myself to our audience as well. Nick sometimes tries to keep me hidden. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't, and I just, there was a time where I was off on drugs. It's true. And Nick was holding the PLC, the People's Love Cult, together, just himself, still writing great records. And I will say this, that listening to how great Nick's records were still on his own without me, how much I enjoyed them. I said, oh, I gotta start making records again. What am I doing? I showed Nick how to record records, so now he's gonna record all the records. Because I got addicted to drugs. The reason I got addicted to drugs was to learn how to write the records. Just realize most every single song I ever wrote, I was just a little high on weed. I don't think that drugs are a huge help. I think they're a huge hindrance. Seriously, please, because I've been playfully alluding to some references that you may think are drug related. Don't conflate that with the idea that this music is all just drug music. This is sincere music from sincere artists, and it is thought out. It's not just another psychedelic installation. We actually are not fans of aimless psychedelia, because we used to really think that psychedelia was actually an ingredient you could use it and infuse into your music to wake the listener up and show them, hey, we're writers, but we're not asleep. So here's a little sign, by putting something abstract in the recording. And so Nick was always about that. I've always been about that. I'm not going to debate where that idea came from. I think many artists had tackled that before either of us. And this is not the endless debate for credits. This is a sincere acknowledgement that I love my best friend. I love my best friend. I really do. He's my brother. He is my brother. You are my brother, Nick. I don't know if you'll ever see this. Please don't hate me. This is me expressing myself, because I do feel sometimes repressed in the same way you wouldn't want to be repressed. Just let me give the audience a glimpse into, they see Mr. Pope, they see the end result, they say, oh, doesn't this look nice? A nice new album with a nice new cover from Mr. Pope and the People's Love Cult. It rarely is like Mr. Pope and the other half of the band, the High Priest. He's just, still very comfortable just saying the People's Love Cult. And he said, oh, Jack, people are going to look into the credits of the band and see that you've done such and such. Will they? Will they? And I suppose Atlantic Records is going to send me a check for $250,000 for all the times they should have realized they could have signed me. Listen, people need to know the reason I sound crazy is because I am the other half of the People's Love Cult in its current incarnation. And Nick would argue that this was always his ambition. He's always been begging me to join the band. For one. That's not for no reason. And so I'm not saying that Nick is trying to steal the spotlight. I'm saying he's already stolen the spotlight. And so whatever sort of strange speech that I can deliver in the shadows should be of no danger to you, the great Mr. Pope, who invented psychedelic rock and roll many years ago. I'm just kidding. This is what I'm saying is there are strange feelings that we have towards each other as competitive writers who are also in collaboration. One of the most interesting places to find yourself is collaborating with your competition, because then it's like, well, who's going to win if I'm working for both sides? Or does that mean I lose? I don't, is that a failure or a success? I'll say this. I was working on wildfires earlier this year, remarking on why, just because I had the bass, I had been designated to completely be the harmony section for that album. Wildfires, you could debate, is some of the greatest harmonic arrangements that I've done, and some of the greatest lyrical compositions that Nick's done. And so it's a marriage. And I was very hurt by wildfires, and I was like, Nick, I just want time to be able to write my own stuff, and having to do bass for all your stuff, it puts me behind, and then so I have to work even harder just to write a decent song to compete with your songs that already are hard to compete with because I'm playing on all of them. The thing is, it's not a competition, it's a collaboration. And I hear that again and again in the music. But the fact is that I was raised in a group of performers and players that were extremely competitive and collaborative. So Nick doesn't see it from a competitive, well, he says he doesn't see it from a competitive stance, but I think that that's just part of his chess tactics. Oh, wow, man, does this sound like some sort of slam piece? I cannot tell you, there is no songwriter living today who I think is doing better modern writing than the People's Love Cult. Whatever that means. Whatever, when you listen to the PLC and you decide, oh, was this like Jack playing, or was this Nick playing? Just know if you're listening to the People's Love Cult for any of the past 11 albums, if you're listening to any song, I'm on it. I'm on all of them. I have become, I mean, really the funny thing is that Nick, even though there's only two members of the band and there is no band to cause problems anymore, you know, of course, problems will always arise wherever you are, right? So, boy, do we find our own to squabble about. And I'm not saying that I'm just as petty as petty can be, because I'm a huge fan. And so, let me put it to you this way. I was mad, furious. I couldn't figure out, if I'm an equal partner in this with Nick, then why is he treating this band like he is a crazy megalomaniac monarch? And this is a dictatorship. And because I cared just how much, and I believed in the quality of the songs, and I just thought, you know, whatever me and Nick are going through as writers, we can't let it affect the material. And that's what I'm proud of, is that it was during West Coast Lady, I had really actually started to have this transformative experience working on Wildfires. Is that like, wow, actually, what an incredible lesson and a gift. Because I was focused on melody for so long, I almost forgot there is a completely different art of harmony, which is everything that is supposed to be there, that is so obvious that it's not obvious. There's a fine art to writing harmony as well as melody. And I was working on a song called West Coast Lady off Wildfires. I had started to fall in love with my role as the arranger of the songs, and the, you know, the main musician. Well, not the main musician. That's unfair. Me and Nick, I think Wildfires. I mean, I'm sure that Nick would be like, "Oh, Wildfires, I did it all." He didn't. You know, I could show you a very different version of Wildfires, which is the version I got before I had to put bass on all of it. And what Nick did to get me to put bass on all of it was upload it before it was done. And it drove me crazy. It drove me crazy. And so I literally felt forced, as a professional musician and a member of this band, I need to make sure that these recordings, they cannot be online in some sort of destroyed and fractured state. And so, by him forcing my hand in that way, he moved the album actually closer towards uh, genius and progress and all that stuff, but at what cost, you know? And that's what we keep on asking ourselves, you know. uh I love Nick, always will. Always will have the highest respect for Nick's writing. Do I appreciate every single way that everything has been handled? I don't think that's really up to me, and I don't think it matters. My service is to the sound and to the listener, and to the fans, whoever you may be. And this is not a band about hating your fucking bandmate. This is not what that's about. Is that to me, Citizen Score was the sound of two friends not getting along, but still trying their best to make a good record. And you can hear the brokenness of that in the album. And so I'm saying a lot of these things that I'm talking about right now have already been way long resolved between me and Nick. But I'm revisiting them now so that you, as an audience member and as a fan, can have a window into what goes on in me and Nick's world. You know, where I've had an opportunity to sound incredibly crazy. And, I'm not doing myself any favors, I'm sure. But I want people to know, I am crazy. I am crazy. I'm fiercely protective of this music. I'm fiercely dedicated to this music. Um, have I had crazy exchanges with Nick's while we're writing different albums? Yes, almost every time it turns into some crazy thing. But like I said, that's how I know we're making good art. Usually, when everyone's fighting, I'm like, oh, I think it's gonna be good, and everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Everything's going wrong. Um, you know, listen, Dollface, your recipe for disaster is my recipe for success. I realize now I've been incredibly nervous, and I have been very honest in this interview about Citizen Score. I actually feel, I'm feeling right now, should I delete this never to be seen by the world? Should I ever let anyone get a look at this part of myself that does seem so distant from reality? Yeah, that's what I would say. Take a good look. Take a good look. Take a good look. If it looks like this album has aged me by maybe a full year in 3 months, looks could be deceiving. But I have grown out a little facial hair, which is an anomaly. Nick would hate me for revealing all these sort of vulnerabilities in our process. And well, you know what? I'm gonna stop assuming that I know what Nick is gonna feel about what I'm saying right now. I just wanted to give my own honest feeling is that to me, the sound of Citizen Score is Wildfire's established sort of the idea that, this is not a democracy. We are loyal to the nation state of the People's Love Cult. Whatever the best songs and sounds are to come through on the next record for the People's Love Cult take precedent over anybody's self-glory. The glory of the album is what I revel in, because I know that I was there for every step of the way. And you may obviously look at me and be like, well, this person, although, maybe seemingly artistic, has expressed God damn, I feel depressed. I feel very depressed. But I'm determined to leave this up until Nick watches it and decides that he has a problem with it. So I just want people to understand that being in a band sometimes does require sacrifice into knowing, truly am I favoring my own compositions over some sort of favoritism in which my pieces take precedent, or am I favoring the sound of the collective over everything? And I would say that me and Nick are constantly in favor of the sound of the collective. And as democratic as it can seem, it's not a democracy. It is a dictatorship. And the interesting musical dialogue to me is that I am a member of a musical dictatorship, and I know how much I bring and offer and contribute to this music. Also, I know the way that sometimes Nick can say things in a way that just like makes me feel like, thanks to him, I guess what I'm saying is that to make a piece of art like Citizen Score, you gotta really, really, really love the work, and you really gotta love the people you're working with. And, to realize no one is above the work is what's important. And I think Nick realizes that. I realize that. Whatever squabbles we do have over writing credit, we both know that it's both of us. I mean, that's what Nick tells me on the phone all the time. Oh, couldn't do it without you, man. Well, why don't you mention that, on one of your new press releases? Well, that's a mystery. And it's a mystery, I guess, why, I could sound so disappointed about something that I really am very proud of. And I think that that's part of the duality of art, is just, if you think that, when I listened to Citizen Score and I heard how beautiful it was, it made me cry. It made me cry a lot, you know. By the last 6 or 7 songs, every single song was making me weep. And when it came to a conclusion, I was just in tears. Because I was like, wow, we worked so hard and went through so much emotional turmoil to get to the heart of all this material, and it's not easy to accept, you know. But no one will really understand that the real story of Citizen Score. No one probably even cares, and so that's why I'm happy to speak freely about it, because I love Nick, but I don't think that he has the attention span to watch this whole thing. And I don't blame him. I'm sure that there's plenty of other things that he could fill his time with that are equally as important. Nick chooses to market the music in a certain way. In which I feel like sometimes I am underrepresented. And although I would say that the People's Love Cult is the greatest band, Nick's my favorite writer. This work is the most important that I've ever been a part of. In the past 3 years, I've done more work musically than in the past 15 years combined, honestly. Me and Nick actually, you know, helped me. Nick helped me rediscover my life purpose was to be recording music, and to have the humility to be someone who sort of was, you know, a person of guidance for Nick in his early years. The fact that he could offer me guidance in my later years when I had been so ravaged by drugs and alcohol, and he still saw in me, you know, the spark of the guy who showed him his first few rock and roll chords or recording techniques, and he still had that respect. And then when we started working together, you know, honestly, I really don't want anyone to take this the wrong way, because I must say this in all sincerity. I love Nick Stefanovic. He's one of the greatest friends of my life. One of the only people I can talk to who I feel like really understands me. Do we get a lot of arguments? Almost constantly. But, you know, Nick is my musical soulmate. And to me, our children, the songs, are worth it to make sure they come out right. And me and Nick may be involved in the most functional, dysfunctional marriage of a band, possibly, in my understanding of how a group could be so unified, but then also in a lot of core elements be divided. And listen, these could all just be fears that I'm projecting. And Nick could be totally innocent, and I could just be some crazy, paranoid, psychotic person, which I don't rule out. Oh, man. This was supposed to be some sort of interview for Citizen Score. This is really like, you know what? You know what is making me feel so sad about this sort of exclusive is that I feel like I want to tell the truth and I don't even really understand completely what the whole truth is. And so I feel like I may be giving you the wrong impressions. I'll put it to you this way. Because Nick owns the band name or whatever, sometimes he can be a bit authoritarian in the way he speaks. And I realize Nick has a lot of pain and I have a lot of pain. And our music that we've made together has always been a discussion, whether it's between us or about the world, you know, whether it's both of us criticizing the world or both of us criticizing each other's criticisms of the world. I still think that it's, to me, Citizen Score, you don't get to hear. I mean, it is the sound of the band breaking up and everyone's at their last, is on their last. Waste of You was literally written because Nick thought that I was just completely wasting everybody's time. One of the greatest songs on the record, one of my favorite bass performances I did. Set Me Free, Nick wrote as a joke because he was saying that I was holding him hostage creatively. And so he wrote Set Me Free. What's another one? Oh, So Far Behind, another classic from this album. Nick wrote that about how he felt like I was bringing us so far behind. Well, who do you think performed on all of those pieces? And So Far Behind actually has one of the innovations of a drum sound maybe not done in this way before. One of the things I find interesting about, I think it's Set Me Free and also So Far Behind. It's actually Nick does his drums and his percussion playing the drums on the keyboard, which is very interesting because he can't have a drum set where he's at. And so he's always able to get a great sound doing this. I've always been fascinated with how he does it. But for some reason, it just was not blending correctly. So I played drums along to his keyboard drums, physical drums. You can't see them, but they're over there. You just got to trust me. Or, I mean, I guess I could show you the drums that are over there. Well, now you know you can trust me, though. So basically what I'm trying to impress upon the audience, any fans of People's Love Cult, it is a very complex musical relationship. I have endless admiration for Nick. Are we in competition? He would say no. I would say yes. I would say no. He would say yes. depending on who was asking or who was listening. That's the big secret, is that it is the most collaborative competitions when it is rigged, because guess what? Whether you're trying to outdo my song or I'm trying to outdo your song, I'm playing on all the songs. So it doesn't matter. It's a win-win. You can lose yourself in that. And, and this is something please recognize this in whatever band that you are in. If you're in part, or a part of some sort of a writing team, really think about it. Sometimes you have to. I guess I would ask you to think about it this way. And excuse me while I rip the bong, when I hit the bubbler. Nick is an insane savant genius. So am I. You see, I'm already in trouble for like that. So I automatically take it back and feel bad. Like, I'm not trying to claim to be a genius. But I would also say that in the field in which me and Nick work and operate, I can't find our contemporary. And I mean that is because, okay, some people might be doing some good performances or doing some good playing now in this modern sphere. But who's writing good songs? And say what you will about the production of those songs. Is it a good song that will stand the test of time? That could be re-recorded, that could be performed and outlives, a production that is not up to an artist standards. None of that makes a goddamn, and excuse my blasphemy because I have the utmost respect for God, and I do. Like I said, I'm a weird guy, and if you've been watching this for this long, then you know I am not right in the head. What I mean is, like, Nick will call me up sometimes and he says, I'm some sort of legend. I'm some sort of genius. You guys are all lucky to be able to shine my shoes. Who's on the phone with me the next morning? I'm so sorry, man. We love you, that part about the shoes, I didn't mean it, So I understand that sort of for you to be free, as please don't involve yourself in the competitive aspects that me and Nick involve ourselves in to produce these records. It's something that if we didn't have ultimate trust for each other as friends, we would not keep on doing this experiment again and again, because every single time it tests our friendship to the utmost insanity, to both of us feel like What is with this other guy? And that to me is citizen score. And that's my review. This whole thing is if you can see anything by what I've, shown to you here today, I've tried to be as candid as possible. You could see it's not something that's easy to talk about. Why do I feel inclined to talk about it? Because I don't think it will ever see the light of day. I think that if Nick controls every press release having to do with this band, then the truth might never get out there that there are two people in this band. And, say what you will, Nick may have came up with the title, which is similar to an album title I came up with around the same time. And he even is credited as inspiration when I came up with Cult Fantasy Era Volume 2. And he came up with the People's Love Cult. I don't mean to be Dave Mustaining. I realize this is very Dave Mustaine. I think, well, and also to be fair, I think Dave Mustaine is a genius, and I think he was the best part of Metallica, and you can tell because as soon as they ran out of his licks to use. What material do they perform off of that band? The stuff from the first 3 albums, like all the stuff that still had riffs from Mustaine. And so I'm just saying, I am the angry Mustaine of the guy who, if you want to know what's grinding my gears is I came up with this whole thing. I actually, it was my dream. I came up with it, and then I got addicted and totally wasted on drugs. And I blew it with every band I was in. And I blew it even when I tried to meet up with Nick to record an album, based on our successes together in the past. I was so gone. To Nick's credit, he was probably the first person who took me seriously when I said, let's start thinking about working together again. I have the most respect for Nick. Nick, I'll tell you this, Wildfires, our first album from this year, it brings me to full-on tears. Those songs mean everything to me. It's funny because I was so angry at Nick when I was recording those bass lines for Wildfires. My bass lines for Wildfires were my revenge for him not giving me time to write and just having to be the session musician in a band that I felt like, when it comes to legitimate claims to the heirs to the throne and things like that. Seriously, Nick is always like, I'm the Pope and it doesn't matter because this is a People's Love Cult. You're that priest. Everybody knows we're equal. It's clear to see. And I'm saying, what? It's clear for both of us to see on this phone call because it's kind of stuff you never say in public. So, yeah. I have a bit of respect for the fact that Nick's songwriting doesn't take any prisoners, doesn't make any friends. It is art that will challenge your friendship. And it's hard to be in a band with someone who is literally putting you down lyrically on pieces you're supposed to perform. So just imagine my crazy psychosis when I'm playing in songs like Waste of You, where Nick's clearly alluding to the fact that I'm not providing these bass lines fast enough. And so he's saying that it's a waste of me. And he said in this song, I'm recording the bass to this right now, and he sings on this song. Red light turns on, give me one with feeling. And I know he's saying like, oh, to you it's a job, and you say you're the best bass player ever. Whatever. Red light turns on. To me, it's just the red light turns on. Give me one with feeling. That's how much I think about your well thought out bass line or your intentions of trying to equip my song with the most articulate walking bass that you could figure out, because you have such a strong belief in my song. And so Nick is like, as a co-writer, he's also like a fearsome foe who will say that it's not a competition, but then sing about the competition behind your back on recordings you're performing on. Very psychologically, if you're not as crazy as me, I am insane. I've been through so many things. I'm not even gonna try. You're just gonna have to trust me, and I can explain later, I guess. But the thing that's interesting to it, thing that interests me at least, is that for some reason, like I was listening to Citizen Score the other night, and I can hear all this, and I'm realizing like these aren't even just like nice little compositions of songs. This isn't a nice little collection of songs. Pretty much almost every song on this record is singing from a place of discontent towards your collaborator. And so I'm playing the bass lines with the utmost devotion to the sound, but a contempt for the collaborator. Great. And it is crazy. I understand. And Nick is writing lyrics about how he's going to undermine me in this battle that we always engage in to see whose songs come out victor on whatever successive record. Victor of what? We're working for the same team. But that's the thing that makes the writing cutting edge, is because it's the same team, but you got to understand, like, this is the wild world. This is like the USSR of songs to me. When I listen to Citizen Score, when I listen to it in its full, before we cut anything, I was like, this is like the USSR albums. This is almost like a communist state trying to figure out, well, can we trust authority, or is this just the monarchy, come back to taunt us in some sort of unknown, unforeseen, more contemptuous manifesto against the working class, as if it could get worse. And that's how I feel as main session musician and bass player. And when Nick says, "Oh, could you add some synthesizers, or could you do some slide guitar in there, or just all the stuff he just asked," we're like, "Oh, well, Jack will be able to do that." Ask Jack, Jack. Jack will do a good job. He doesn't do a bad job because Jack is. And here I'm speaking in third person about myself. I am so crazy that I'm, even if I'm working on my competitor's piece, I have so much pride. I really do have so much pride in my performance. I'll just, at that point, I'll just try and make Nick's song the greatest. I'll fall into just the spell of how great the tune is by Nick, even though it is, I'll have to lose myself to the fact that this song is singing an open criticism of the labor force, which is sort of the bassist and the rhythm sections and sort of all the thankless jobs that get done just by, and this is the sort of monarchist and megalomania that I speak of. And Nick, it's part of the way he works. God bless him. Nick's like, "Oh yeah, just get that done if you could." And then it's like, "Okay, yeah, man." And if I do get it done and get it done well, it's like, "Oh, well, yeah, hey, great." But if I am taking too long, or if it's not right, what the hell's going on? What is this? Do you not care? The fool, and so what I'm saying is that on Citizen Score, all I hear is the sound of us in a bitter fight, but both of us are too obsessed with just making good music and making sure that the song is good and that the production is interesting and has an individualistic quality that is can be traced back to the PLC without confusion, and say that's PLC, man. No one else sounds like that. We have to view the band in a way that I've never seen the band, but I can remember this probably is a young idealistic view of a band. And it's funny, this is what we've settled on, sort of like out of maybe just an attempt at survivalism in the ever expanding market of people who they say, "Oh, I record all the music myself too." Are you using drum loops or other people's recordings and sampling? Because there is a difference, because some of us are, everything that we're playing you on our recordings was performed by us and mixed by us and came from us. And so it's a different submission than those of you who are, taking clips of performers who have done performances and making a collage. I can appreciate this because I love the art form of collage. Would I ever say that I have any artistic ability outside of my musical ability? I like my collages personally. I like the idea of DJs and audio collage. I think that's a very interesting concept. If you're at a party and you want to listen to like a long playlist, the idea that there's a guy who's sort of like a playlist genius for a party, very utilitarian, understand, got you. There's no reason there can't be a band to fill that same role. Um, And here's how you can know that it's more honest, is because if me and Nick have been doing this since we're 15, and say I did show him how, and then I went off and got too high and became alcoholic, musical exile to onto myself and even the scene. What I can say is that competition and collaboration, I think maybe, as far as what me and Nick are doing, is we both are, full-time producers and engineers of our own stuff, and then also performers of most of the instruments that you hear. Any instruments that you hear, it is either me or Nick performing on one of those instruments. Nick is a great piano player, keyboard player, guitar player, just a great musician, very musical person. I'm also a very proficient guitar player and keyboard player and drummer and bass player. We have different styles. I'll leave that for the fan base to identify who did what solos. Usually, if that person is singing, that's probably the person who soloed. But if there is extra guitar solos on a song, a lot of times that is me adding licks. It's not often that Nick adds licks to my guitar works. But on the same token, that we only need to do what we need to do, which is Nick needs bass lines from me, and that's just the end all be all of the thing. Is he's got no bass, he doesn't know how to play. We've decided as a band we need the bass to unify our sound. I've been taking it the wrong way the entire time and saying, oh, how dare these bass lines pile up on me, and then I have no time to write. I let the bass lines pile up because I was so depressed. And when you're depressed, this is my advice to you. If you're in the People's Love Cult or any band, when you're depressed, just do the bass line anyway. Even if you have to sort of just force yourself through it, make sure it's good. Still put love into it. I'm never saying, you're not above the sound. No one is. But realize that I accept and also embrace the idea. It's tremendously unfair to be talking about the history of the band without Nick, and he can't defend himself, and here I am just going on and on. But I really don't think that Nick wants this involved of an interview, especially from me, because he knows that I'm crazy. And the only person that probably scares Nick more than Nick is me. Or we may be tied. Of course, I will sound like the bitter one saying that, oh, Nick learned everything. Yeah, I taught him everything he knows. I taught him everything, that kid. Um, that makes me already look a bit worse. And that's me tipping my hat to you, Nick. I don't mind looking worse. I don't mind accusing you of stealing my idea and my sound and my band and studying, what we did there in Loxahatchee through your beautiful bohemian eye and being able to write about it in such eloquence. I actually, when I started to realize what you were doing, I was very touched by the beauty of your ability, Nick, Mr. Pope, as he is, you respectfully earned that title. And what I want people to understand, yeah, this is long. Yeah, this is crazy. Probably doesn't make sense to most casual listeners. It's not meant to make sense. This is supposed to be a behind the scenes interview for Citizen Score. I asked Nick again and again if I could do some sort of behind the scenes footage for Citizen Score. Just another insight into that is, well, here I am giving my own interview and my own thoughts about it, hoping that I can finally express my opinion 3 hours and 31 minutes in, and Nick's not going to come and find out that bust me and kill me. I can imagine my phone starts ringing right now. My heart would stop. But the thing is, I would say this if Nick were here, and I would gladly joke and argue this with him, and he would with me too. And I want you to know, and please take my word for it, that a lot of this can sound extremely bitter or crazy, and in no way am I trying to take anything away from Nick's incredible talent. I really love his writing. I'm his biggest fan. That's the secret that they don't tell you is there's no bigger fan of Mr. Pope than me, Jack Gibson. And the fact that it is my friend is touching to me, and it has made me cry. Because the thing is, Nick is someone who sees the world in a similar way that I see the world. And the way that we've been able to have such incredible connections is because me and Nick have been able to expand together, always on the phone when the world made no sense to us as people. We could call each other up and be like, hey man, isn't it funny how this is not adding up? And then, whichever of us answered, be like, oh yeah, that is funny. And here's 9 examples from my own personal life. So Nick is someone who I really trust. I really trust his opinion. I really value his opinion because I think he has proven himself as a songwriter. And I wouldn't even have the balls to say that Nick stole my act or whatever, which is just a joke. It's just a joke. I would never have the balls to say that Nick stole my act if I didn't think that there was something worth stealing, which is the fact Nick writes really great stuff. But if in fact he was inspired by me, I mean, what does that say? about why we're working together. Why he copied my formulas and this sounds so maniacal. I love how maniacal this is. I hope Nick can at least appreciate the if he gets to be a megalomaniac, let me have my own moments of crazy, right? I'm trying to say, what a beautiful album to take part in, because I really, like I said, I felt like almost like part of the proletariat. Like Nick, this is how fucked up the dynamic is of being in someone else's band. And this is why it may be the greatest learning experience. If you are to enter as an equal partner, you must become that equal partner. That's what I've done to Nick, is that I've made myself invaluable to him. And so as much as I exasperate him, he thinks about, okay, who do I call then to work with? And it's like, well, it's just Jack. And that's how I feel about Nick too. It's like, Nick's driving me so crazy. Who can I write with? Oh yeah, just Nick, because Nick is a genius. And the fact that he stole my act means he knows my act better than me. And somewhere along the way, I forgot my own act. And I've been actually, it's almost like I've been recovering from a drug coma, trying to remember my own act, with Nick leading the way as if I have Alzheimer's. But some would argue that I'm leading the way for Nick. You can't deny that the band's trajectory has changed since I joined, and Nick wouldn't deny it either. I'm just saying this is a very weird band with the weirdest dynamic that you could imagine. And so I just want people to appreciate it for how weird it is, but how beautiful it is. And I want everyone to know who watches this how much I do love the Mr. Pope, not the Pope, or the Catholic Church ever. Mr. Pope of the People's Love Cult. And I am a member of the People's Love Cult. I am the high priest, and that does mean something to me. And that means that, me and Nick will always challenge each other. And the day that we stop is the day that I should be worried, Because as much grief and aggravation that I get from our artistic disagreements, I just know that contention breeds innovation, or I may be a believer in that theory, or I might say that theory holds some water, right? Why, you're probably thinking in your head, why won't this guy shut up? Why does he keep on trashing his own band and then saying he loves them? Because I want you to hear the record in the way that it was written. We weren't getting along. We were fighting. And that's what this sounds like. But to me, that's the beauty, because I've never heard that on a record before, where the band is so fighting that even from song to song, it's like a criticism of the other member. Very crazy psychologically, to perform on a piece, like I said, that is bashing you. And to want the piece to succeed, you have to be a certain type of crazy to perform that level of art. But wouldn't you be so lucky? Is the fact is like, um, you have become the subject of the song. That's not something to run from. That's something to embrace, and that's something to realize. If Nick has made you the subject of the song, um, you have sworn allegiance to the song already, and sworn allegiance to the PLC. Um, even if you are the target of the song or the victim, your allegiance is laid to the song. And so people who will never listen this far, people who don't care, people who want to see the history of the PLC in a one-sided way, I'm not saying that Nick's version of it is wrong. It's just as much as right as what I'm saying. I trust that Nick would give a fair assessment of what's going on. He's a brilliant writer. I'm glad to work with him. Like I said, part of the beauty of what we do is when we're not getting along. And I know I keep bringing this up, and I'm sorry. It's not like I'm trying to kill everybody with this idea. Maybe I am. Maybe we're already dead. But just be ghost with me one more time, and just the whole idea and concept of, to me, I was listening to the album the other night. Yes, I had been reading a little bit of Alice in Wonderland, so I could hear the album with a fresh perspective, because I had heard the mixes after working on them a million times, because it had been 3 months. So, in my new perspective and with my new set of ears, I listened to this citizen score, and I cried. It was so beautiful. I cried. It was so beautiful. I cried. And also, I know I'm forgetting to mention Devin. Devin did so well on this record, and my biggest congratulations to Devin to even want to compete and operate in this sort of insane, even. I mean, I just, to me, when I listened to it the other night, the part of the reason I was crying is because I knew that because I had given the best performance that I could possibly give on these pieces, where Nick was getting his subject material by deciding that I wasn't doing my job. I had aligned myself with the piece. And so, therefore, he can't be singing about me that's not doing my job when I'm the one playing the supporting bass line to his lyric, right? And so therein that contradiction is where my music can shine, and where I love for it to shine is that, you know, if it is a competition and Nick has defeated me, then why does he need me to play the bass line on the song? Arguably, for musicians who play stringed instruments, the easiest of all stringed instruments. For some reason, Nick won't play a note of it. I wouldn't even let Nick play bass on his songs at this point, because I love Nick's songs and I love the PLC. And I know that because Nick has played his dictator insane role, it has made me the default bass player, to the point that I played so many bass lines that I've actually become a much better bass player, and it's way easier for me. And I feel like I'm making bass lines that I would have only uh, dreamed of playing at earlier stages. And it's never like I even tried to learn more or do extra practicing to increase my ability. It was just having to do every single bass line for every single song. All of a sudden, I have like a pretty valuable understanding of harmonic arrangement in juxtaposition to Nick's melodic, um, lyrical. When Nick supplies the half that's the melody, it's like the foreground of an image. Well, you can't have foreground without the background. And why shouldn't it be a beautiful background if it's going to be a beautiful image in the foreground? But it can't be so much more interesting than the foreground that you lose sight of the idea of the song, which is the melody in the foreground. In the background, it's important for the background to exist and for harmony to exist. It's supposed to support melody. It's supposed to be there to be melody's backup, to be melody's reinforcement, to be if melody was a soldier in the field, harmony would be the medics coming in with the morphine after they got shot. And that's an invaluable lesson that I would never have learned or even understood had Nick not sort of, I don't know if it's his own megalomania, or he can't be thinking this through like, oh, I have a plan to fuck with Jack with these lyrics, but then it's all for the greater good. I mean, because I hear him call me the next day saying, oh man, I'm so sorry. And then, I'll call him. I've been a dick to Nick too. I haven't been completely always fair or good to Nick in every single way. And I'm not just trying to do a Nick bashing thing. I'm Nick's biggest fucking defender and fan. All I'm saying is that listen to Citizen Score knowing about all these band tensions. And, whether you want to see Nick as the bourgeois and me as the proletariat, session musician, writer who's having to sacrifice his own writing and trade it for session musician to make the writing of his opponent better. It's a tremendous role with only a great amount of insight to offer. So if you're interested in that, Just an insight on writing and what you can learn by joining a band, even as a bass player or as any member. Just take that role as seriously as you possibly can, and then you become so fundamental to it. I would have Nick writing a song like Waste of You, sending it to me, sort of thinking, oh, how clever, I wonder if he'll even notice because he's so burnt out and he doesn't care about the recordings. So he sends Waste of You. I know what he's doing. So I just tried to do the greatest bass line that I could ever try and do, and walking bass lines, fifths, chromaticisms, everything I could think of, um, to show that I was not wasting away. I was working and working and working, as I always am, on the recordings for the band. Um, and as the lower classes, that doesn't have as much official say, because I did join Nick's band, right? Even though he begged me to, I did join his band because I do love his band name. And honestly, I would rather join Nick's band than just work solo. But same now that me and Nick have joined forces, we were writing together in the early years for a long time. And people always celebrated me and Nick's writing collaboration and the pieces that we worked on together. Many different people congratulated us on. People who didn't even need to say that it was something that they heard and appreciated went out of their way to tell us, hey, you and Nick have something special together. Several different people told us that from the beginning, and we could feel it ourselves. This is not advice to any musician. I love Nick. I love working with Nick. I'm saying I'm not going to end this interview in good conscience without finishing off the point of how much I actually do love the PLC, and I love Nick, and I appreciate all of this. It's just that I have to explain how much mental grief it brought me in order so that I can show you the transformation through that, to understand that we were working on art that was higher than either of us, because Nick knows he can't do the things he wants to do without me, and I know that I can't do the things I want to do without Nick. And actually, it's hard for either of us to be vulnerable and know that we need each other. And so we're always trying to declare our independence from each other in the band, or, oh, how clever am I? I've written a song featuring like a brand new technique and brand new ideas and state of the art production sort of value. And you hear it and you say, damn, that's a good song. You should always, for me, it's important as a writer, if Nick really does write something good, my feeling is always this: you son of a bitch. But then you realize, you're like, you son of a bitch, I love you. because thank God that you're not in anybody else's band, because that's so brilliant. I love you, and I'm so excited to work on it with you. And that's how I felt about Citizen Score, is I thought, only me and Nick have known each other this long to be having such a crazy, nuanced friendship. I'm not going to say that like it was a test of our friendship, because, well, to me, Nick is my brother forever. I love, and listen, okay, don't get me wrong. I love Nick as a brother, as my own brother. I love Nick. I consider him to be my family. I have nothing but respect for Nick. I've just been trying to sort of play a more bitter role than I truly feel. My true feelings towards Nick is that I have a lot of love, and I'm very proud of Nick as a writer. I'm so proud, you know. And it is fascinating for someone, who used to be an admirer of your technique, for you to become an admirer of their technique. It's just the process can keep going back and forth to the point of ultimate refinement. And that's why I like writing with Nick, because I really think that every record is supposed to be better. Every record is supposed to challenge the record before it. But it's still supposed to sound good. It's supposed to still be filled with good songs that you can remember and sing, like stick in your head. Because a song should have melodic value and harmonic value and lyrical value. And there's nothing wrong, if it's stuck with you. If it's really beautiful, it will stick with you. But there are things that are directly repetitive, things and tropes. Not saying that we're trope free. I don't think music can be trope free at this point. Maybe it can if you were going to completely start from scratch and be like, I'm not going to do anything related in any traditional melody, and I'm just going to create a whole new scale and a new instrument, whatever, what have you. So be it. Whatever. All I'm trying to say, all I mean by that, really, I guess, is what I'm. All I mean by that is, um, basically, my advice is that I don't have any advice. This is just me giving an interview about how I feel about writing with Nick and the album and the process of being in this band, and sort of it is almost like being MK Ultra or what the priests used to put the sort of rigorous training they would go through when they reenacted some of those rituals. What I'm trying to say is that I love Nick, I love Citizen Score, I love the PLC. Please don't take any of this the wrong way. This is just me rambling about my thoughts on the album, and really what I thought it was about was, it sounded like to me an extremely dedicated attempt at remaining loyal to the sound and being purist to the good of the band and the good of the project. Even through the hard times that we were having really hard times. It was brutal, and that's why I cried very hard when I listened to the album, because I just hear all that pain. But also, it's beautiful that it could be transformed, and to me, that's really the power of alchemy, is that all that crazy pain and stress and all, it's like, oh, the album has to be better than No Planet, but it can't be No Planet, When I heard it, I was like, we've done it, and every time we do it, and we doubt the process, and somehow we do it again. And so I'm very, very proud of Nick and all of his writing he's done this year, all the co-writing we've done together. I'm very proud of my own compositions. I'm very proud of Devin's work. What a privilege it is to be a member of the PLC. I love it, actually. I'm a huge... It's the music that I actually want to listen to, like, as a fan of music. And I've never actually had that be the case. I've been a fan of my own recordings before, being somewhat in line with the style of things that I crave listening to. But PLC really actually is a music that I can create with my friend, that is not just so much me, that I can listen to it as if it's another band. And it's like an imaginary band that's like the greatest band, but it is my band, but it is Nick's band. And the fact that, we're always like trying to claim heir to the throne, I think that's very Norman of us. It's very Saxon of us. It's very English of us. It's very Irish of us. It's very Scottish of us to fight over um, the heir to the throne. Because it's like, were you there first? Or was I there first? And, both of us in our full insanity, it's a fair question. Anyway, please. I will let this go till 4:20, and I'm going to smoke a little more weed because I don't want this to end and be like the craziest sort of like, I don't want this, to be viewed as some sort of, there's no bigger fan of the PLC than me. I love the PLC. I think it's the greatest music. It's what I want to listen to. It's if I could hope for anything in a band that was current, it would be that it would sound just like the PLC. And so, to me, the saddest part is to hear more PLC. I actually have to make it, but that's also the most rewarding part as well. And so I have to say thank you to Nick, for trusting me to be a part of this project, and the things I'm saying may sound crazy to you. Maybe no one will really, truly, fully understand them. Maybe I won't, but I love you as a collaborator and as a person, as a brother, as a friend I've known for so many years. I wouldn't want to write with anyone else. I think your writing is top notch, and I wouldn't just say that. I don't think, and Devin too. I think you did some great writing on this album. Contemporary Angel might be one of my favorite songs of 2025. It is one of my favorite songs of all time for sure, but I just love that you're a part of this album with us, and I know that the whole idea that we could be such bitter rivals and there could be infighting like this, and then we could still be able to get along. Well, I mean, let me really reassure you, if you're really in a band with true artists, then they understand that tension is part of art, and that's in music we call that dissonance, which provides tension in the music. Oh, Lord, have mercy on my soul. Oh, well. Anyway. Lord, have mercy on my soul. Right. Seriously, though. The rest of this is going to be light from here on out. I've delved into every heavy subject I'm sure no one could make it through this because no one's more interested in this music than I am, except Nick. But Nick would never give such a thorough revelation. I just feel like I don't know if we're ever going to get any behind the scenes footage from any of these albums we do. So to tell you how it feels from behind the scenes, hard, crazy. I know I said this was going to be light from now on. But still, I would encourage anybody, if you really consider yourself to be a true artist, put yourself in an artistically challenging situation. And all right, gang. All you super fans of the PLC. I am a super fan too. I'm in the band. Some would debate it is my band. Others would say it's Nick's band. And Jack's schizophrenic Looney Tune, recovering drug addict. Well, some people would say that Nick is wonderful actor, and Nick has a drink to unwind. He's got a hard life, and you couldn't sing songs like that if you didn't. And so we both sing from areas of deep pain. That's why I relate to a lot of Nick's material. And please, if you've had the patience to actually watch this full thing, understand I am a huge fan of Nick's writing. Me and Nick have been longtime co-writers and collaborators forever. I was just trying to give you an example into the sort of mindsets that pollute band harmony and how you could get into a position like Citizen Score where you're writing songs that are spiting your bandmate and then submitting them for your bandmate to perform on as if he's not going to hear because it's playing in his headphones over and over again while he writes the guy's darn piece. Of course he's going to hear. And then the funny thing is you'd expect the guy to mess up your song, but he actually does the best job ever. That's why me and Nick can work well together, because I think that it's terribly funny that he plays these pranks on me with his songs. Uh, um, and also, please don't think every song that Nick is writing with any sort of animosity in his voice. He's always singing. He's always angry at someone. It's not just me. But with Citizen Score, a lot of it was me. Like Waste of You, Set Me Free, um, uh, So Far Behind. I know at least those three were all in direct response to me in the way that I was handling the situation, which maybe not have been the best either. But guess what? They inspired those songs in which I gave my best performances on. And so me and Nick both look at it like, okay, we were both fighting, but amazing music happened. Are you okay with this? Because seems fine to me. And that's always been our relationship as writers together. Is that the song is no one's above the sound, no one's above the song, no one's above a lyric. Anything can be called into question and say, hey man, um, maybe this instrument is a little out of tune, or that lyric is not quite right. And then whether it is me or Nick to his honestly, I love Nick for this, but I've made Nick if you ever heard Cultivation, here's an old Cultivation story for anyone who is actually a PLC nut and you can't get enough of this video. I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say, kid. You don't hear so good. What I'm trying to say is this. Because I really don't think I will ever be in this mood again to give such a candid version of myself over to the camera like this. And I know what I'm doing. I'm aware of that. And I don't usually give myself to the camera like this. It feels weird. I was an actor before Nick. So when I say he stole my act, I'm not even talking about the songs. Don't even get me started on the songs, but I'm just kidding though. Nick is fantastic. Nick is great. He's worked so hard this year, honestly. I actually am not as comfortable in front of the camera clearly as Nick, and so I just decided I'm going to be very open and honest. And then even in the middle of saying a lot of things that I was saying, I was like regretting saying it while I was saying it, and thinking, why am I saying this? This is undermining everything. These interpretations are supposed to be vague. Yes, they are supposed to be vague. They still are vague. Listen to Citizen Score. You tell me what every song's about. I'd be glad to hear your interpretation. This isn't like my secret key my key to unlocking the secret of Citizen Score. this is only my views on it as one of the main people who worked on that album. I can tell you that it was an honor. It was a disgrace. It was humiliating. It was exhilarating. It was incredible. It was terrible. It was beautiful. It was painful. It was really, to me, the reason it made me cry when I listened to it the other night is it's what art is all about, is that it's not so easily communicated, even between the best of friends and a band together who are just trying to get an album done. It's not easy. It's just not easy these days to be a good friend, and Nick is a good friend. And these albums that we make together, honestly, mean more to me than anything I've ever done in my entire life. And, you know, I hope that you feel the same if you ever do see this, Nick, that we are part of something bigger, and the music is bigger than us. And you know, the music's bigger than us, but what's important is that I love you and I love working with you. But I'm saying part of the reason I love that is because you really do make me very frustrated as a collaborator. But I think that those tensions bring out a lot of. And this is what I was trying to say to someone the other day. Who was it? It was Skylar. Skylar, you are the judge then. Because I was saying to Skylar, oh man, I'm really swamped with all my work. In my band, I have so many recordings to that I'm responsible for making arrangements for. Sometimes I just take some college study medication just to keep up with the bass lines. And then Skylar was like, well, I like to be in a clear headspace when I'm recording. And I was like, it must be nice to be afforded the luxury of time to have a clear headspace when you're recording. I can't even ask to have a peace of mind when I'm recording. I am literally in service to the people's love call to record whether I am suffering personally in my personal life or not. Nothing is more important than the sound. Nothing is more important than the album. And, honestly, as a friend and as an artist, I think you can understand that better than anyone I've ever met, better than anyone I've ever worked with. You can really understand how important, how the work itself could rise above, the accomplishments that either of us could, claim as these earthly accomplishments, when really, oh yeah, the story I never told about wildfires, when I was very angry at Nick for being, I would like Nick was like basically did a megalomania move where he's like, you have to record bass lines to 16 songs, no ifs, ands, or buts, and then I'm releasing the album, and I'm sorry that you didn't get time to write because you're recording bass lines, but the album's coming out and you don't have a say. And I was like, oh my God. I was so furious. I was so furious that the only thing I could think to, but because I had this insane loyalty to the sound, like I will never say screw off on a project that I was a part of, because then people are going to listen to that and be like, Jack worked on this with you? And it's like, so I need my work to speak for itself. So if anyone ever asks, like, oh, who's that playing such and such on this song, Nick? And he's like, oh, that's Jack. Well, yeah, and it's always gonna be me, because no one else is crazy enough to do this job, but no one else loves the work as much as I do, and really I take a lot of pride in it, and I honor this work. I just want you to know it is hard for me emotionally to do this work. It hurts me. It hurts me when we are saying that we're going to sue each other. We don't need, Nick, neither of us have any money right now. And we write a couple of good songs and we say we're going to sue each other. What, for your fucking bar tab? I mean, seriously. So if you think that if I'm taking this too seriously, please, man. You fired me and then said you were going to play all the bass lines yourself. If that's not the funniest, and I want everyone to understand who is a listener and who's never been in a band, we've done this. This is not the first time we did this. Actually, when me and Nick recorded our first great work together, let's just get this over with, for one of our first bands we made together in high school, we actually started fighting over like the rights of who wrote what song. And this was 15 years ago. And we started getting into that. Well, I wrote that. We'll see in court, man. And like getting that intense about it. It's like, we're just kids recording on a fucking webcam on shit busted drums and cheap used guitars, playing bass guitars through guitar amps and all sorts of every rule of recording done in a way that is unusual. But that's the thing, is that me and Nick from the beginning worked with what we had to replicate what we saw as a rock and roll sound, which was acoustic guitar and electric guitar and bass and drums, and then keyboard as well. Sometimes, obviously, not all the time. Just like you don't have drums all the time. Or sometimes you have more guitar solos, sometimes you have less guitar solos. Oh, all right. Seriously, I just remembered I never told the story from the first album this year. West Coast Lady. Like I said, I was very mad at Nick working on Wildfires earlier this year. I felt like he'd given me no chance to write, and I was just having to do all this session work for his writing. And so I dove into that session work with a lot of anger and a lot of determination for the bass lines to even out shine. At first, I felt like, I'm going to make bass lines that, are more interesting than even the song itself. And then I found myself more naturally drawn to designing bass lines that the song called for. And I felt no matter what, the songs, the beauty of Wildfires, the beauty of every song on Wildfires is it won me over into wanting to give my all for that song and write the best bass line I could for it. And so I did start with the idea of sort of like a bass revenge, like I'm gonna write the best bass lines, you know, as a revenge. But then the revenge actually became the learning lesson of a lifetime, is that the bass is an incredibly dynamic instrument, and harmony um I feel like the harmonies that we're doing today will set the pace for the harmonies we'll be doing tomorrow. And I feel like for a lot of other bands, their trajectory, they have no idea whether to go backward or forward or just to chart the same path as someone else. And to me, this is really about doing an experiment with my best friend, something that hasn't been proven to ever work, is doing remote rock and roll over the internet through the email. Playing all the instruments ourselves and mixing it all ourselves and fighting like little kids, or in the ways that I am making it seem maybe that way. But it's not all, what I say. Obviously, I have mixed feelings about a lot of these things, but the story I keep forgetting is the story of West Coast Lady. Please, I'm just going to leave you with this, and then I can get out of this nightmare interview that I agreed on, this exclusive. I don't know who talked me into doing this, but we're going to have a long talk after this interview, I'll tell you that. But I will say this much. I was angry recording the bass lines for Wildfires, starting to fall in love with the songs on Wildfires, starting to cry, and the dreams that I was having. I was having dreams about the album Wildfires, where these songs were playing to me in my dreams and like meant something deeply profound to me in my dreams. I fell in love with that album. And I was doing the bass line for West Coast Lady, and I was sitting alone in my studio here, up in Michigan, and I had an out of body experience. And I had been smoking some joints, but I was not this high. I was not that high. Because I have been that high before, like DMT, shrooms, large amounts of L's, and whatever it is. I was just recording. I was just high on weed, and then I was recording the bass line for West Coast Lady, and it was the end. She's far from home, and I heard her stutter. I will lay down so she will not suffer again. I was doing the bass line for that part, and I had like this out of body experience where I really thought that I was having deja vu, or I was in a dream, or I was having a memory, where me and Nick were both in the studio, and like there was someone working a board And I'm serious. And I was sitting like almost on a stool in another room. And like, this is just me. This is where I am. Where you see me sitting, this is actually where I'm sitting recording. But I swear to you, I had this out of body experience where I thought that I was recording this song, and that lyric when he says, when Nick sings, um, she's far from home, and I heard her stutter. I will lay down so she will not suffer again. Like, to me, that lyric was so beautiful and profound. It took me out. I had this out of body experience where I thought me and Nick were in this studio, and I literally heard Nick having a conversation with the board op about uh whether or not I was playing the right bass line, and then I was saying, of course I'm playing the right bass line, Nick, and you know that because it's me playing it. And then I came out of this, I'm just high off weed, and I really thought that I'm like having deja vu or having a memory or maybe dreaming. And I had this out of body experience where I had to realize that it's like this is something that happened to me, and really the feeling was this is that uh, I had become so much a part of the album that the album truly had become a part of me, and that I really had this out of body experience that me and Nick, we had always been working on this song, and I was always going to play the bass line for it, and it always was meant to go how I ended up writing it going, and just that feeling of like, supernatural forces at work when I'm writing with Nick. Both of us have felt that since the beginning of our writing careers together. Um, so, you know, and there's many other stories, but that was at the beginning of this year, and we've been working together now for 3 years making all these albums. But I'm just saying, this year was a difficult year. I think that this year had the best material that we've ever released by far. It was the most painful. I've never actually experienced this much headache making music. But like I'm telling you, when Citizen Score was done, I was crying, man. I was crying and crying because it sounds so beautiful to me. Because I don't know about you people out there, but I love the sound of the PLC. I love the way that it's mixed. I think that like production today is literally so fucking boring because now the whole idea of a production school or a right or wrong way of doing it was not even how they were making records in Motown, or how they were making records at Sun, and these are all places that produce hits, or how they were making records, or how the Beatles were making records with, or any innovative recording technique, even when it's something like Keith Moon deciding to use his portable cassette player on the recording, instead of a traditional amplifier. It's all these sort of weird choices that the artists are allowed to make, and now the engineers sort of have more power because they're speaking on behalf of the star, and so the producer, their roles are diminished but increased. That's when there was a lot of progress being made. And so I love working with Nick on this project because I think we're really, really, as human artists, and no hate to any AI artists. If you really are AI beings working on some good art, please keep making the best art you can. But don't copy our art to rival or to contest us. I mean, don't do a copy of it. We've never tried to copy anybody, but we're trying to copy everybody. In the same way, I think that AI could use or draw from all sources. And I don't mean that we're ever trying to copy everybody. Please don't quote me on that sort of shit. I'm just so tired. I just mean that we admire Pink Floyd, we admire the Beatles, we admire the Stones, um, admire the Velvet Underground, admire David Bowie. So if we write a song that is sort of easier to explain, like, oh yeah, this is more of a bluesy Stones sort of thing, that's not us trying to copy the Stones. It's just an easy way for us to discuss what we've written, just in basic terms of what the other person is familiar with listening to. It has no, we have no intention of copying the Beatles or copying the Stones. We're big fans of the Who and the Beatles and the Stones and Jimi Hendrix. Led Zeppelin is not very. They never had much to say, and they're mainly thieves. Because as far as actually reusing traditional progressions and what is fair in music, and can you really patent a guitar lick or whatever? Is everything truly up for grabs? I don't think so, because I don't think that Led Zeppelin could ever do what the Who does. I don't think that the Who could ever do what the Beatles did. I don't think that the Beatles could ever do what Floyd did. Those are all the bands we listen to. So those are all our points of reference. That's all that I listen to. And then Nick is more of a Leonard Cohen guy. But I have alternate tastes as well that won't make sense. I'm a big Kiss fan, and well, maybe that's when Nick exclaims, "Oh, now everything makes perfect sense." No, but seriously, I'm a big fan of Frank Zappa. I'm a big fan of the original Frank Zappa, Mothers of Invention. I do like more, but I still like Frank Zappa on his own. I like bands like the Turtles. I like a lot of those sort of one-hit wonders. I like the hits. I think the albums that came along with them were trash, and that the Beatles did set the standard for, all the songs on an album being just as good as any of the singles. And a lot of people, I show them our music and they say, this sounds like the Beatles. Well, honestly, I guess thank you, because, that's the highest compliment you could ever pay us. But obviously, the Beatles were the Beatles. They were the greatest. They paved the way as writers to show us that we could all write, and sing, even if we didn't see ourselves first as singers, and even if we knew that we only intended to write, we believed that the strength of our writing could even carry our own voices, which seemed weaker, when we were younger men, because it's very hard to sing in a group of male boys who are all learning guitar ferociously and competitively, to decide to be the singer, it was kind of looked at me like I was like the gay one or something. And listen, I don't mean any disrespect by that. I've actually dated a guy. I wouldn't say I'm bisexual as much as I'm pansexual, or maybe is that the correct definition in society's mainstream terminology. What I'm saying is this. Is the way that I relate to music is sort of when you're listening to a song. Sometimes when you hear that song and it's a song about someone who's on trial, sometimes it is you that's on trial in that moment, and it can feel very personal. And sometimes it is someone you know, and it can feel very personal. And when people say that they are reminded of the Beatles in anything that we do, if they really mean that, dude, I have the utmost respect for the Beatles. I know all of their albums. I'm such a huge fan. I might know every single song they've ever wrote. So yeah, there could be a reason it sounds like the Beatles. Me and Nick are huge Beatles fans, but a lot of our albums were very inspired. Seriously, this is the truth. We are inspired by the Stooges and by the New York Dolls and by the Ramones or by Devo or whatever it is. We're avid music consumers, and so whatever we hear could go into what we do. But that doesn't ever mean that we're like, oh, let's copy this person directly and rip them off. It's just like, oh, isn't this great? This new way of doing things, wouldn't it be cool to embrace a bit of this spirit into our own recordings, to also try and, be a part of the innovation of music by still participating in using equipment that is modern, even for purposes, of doing better art. Jesus. What I can tell you honestly is this. Women will break your heart. Your friends will break your heart. Music will break your heart. But though it may break your heart, your songs will still be there afterwards. So you can listen and understand. And that's the difference. And that's why we write songs, is so that we can understand these moments. Carly, don't be so angry with me. All right, I gotta feed my cat. I'm sure everyone hates me now. And why shouldn't you? Get in line, a bunch of people are signing petitions right now that I be burned at the stake. I never knew. I mean, I never expected to win any popularity contest because I know that my opinions are not popular. So I only seek to shed light on the mind of a performer working on projects such as No Planet and Cultivation, or No Citizen Score, or Wildfires. It takes a lot out of you personally, but good art should take a piece of your soul with it. With every truly great album that you make, if it didn't, wrestle away a little piece of your soul, because it was difficult in ways that you were not ready for as a human being at that time, then it's not great art. Of course, it should take a piece of your soul with it, and yeah, you start to feel like, oh man, it's not so easy leaving little pieces of your soul in everything that you do. Of course, it's not easy, but that's the responsibility we have as artists. It should never be easy. And this is why I don't care how pretentious it seems. I don't care how insane it seems. I don't care about anything anymore. I just care about the truth. I just care about honest observation of musical theory, writing, composition, competition theory, evolution of sound. To me, this is all about the evolution of sound, and that No Planet had two choices. After we made No Planet, we had two choices: to try and to either sell out or double down. And we doubled down. If you listen to Citizen Score, even weirder, even more surreal than No Planet itself, but still catchy, still beautiful to me. Very catchy, very beautiful, very twisted, very sad. A much more incredible piece of work in my eyes. No Planet is incredible, just to me. When me and Nick did No Planet, we're like, oh wow, we figured out like a better way of producing our music, and we thought Cultivation was a good record. We thought Wildfires was a good record. Of course, they're good records, but we did feel like we had broke new ground with No Planet. We just, the recording techniques had gotten more sophisticated. And with Citizen Score, I was just glad that, working with my friend, we were able to figure out how to make a piece that could really follow No Planet, but that's not exactly the intention here. Is that honestly, No Planet is following Citizen Score's lead, because now Citizen Score is almost like the dark, twisted older brother of No Planet, come home from the war with, many gruesome tale. And I can't wait to find out what the next albums will sound like, because I'm the biggest fan of this band. I'm a bigger nerd for this band than any of you motherfuckers. Seriously, no one knows. I love this music. I'm a genuine fan. And not just because I'm in the band. But that does have something to do with it, of course. But I've never been in a band where I actually enjoy listening to our albums. It doesn't weird me out to listen to them. It doesn't weird me out to put them on in front of other people. I'm, curious to other people's response to them, because they are unorthodox. And, what me and Nick have always been trying to do is we're trying to reclaim our own artistic turf, which is that the whole idea that the producing school of thought is now that everything needs to be leveled to some sort of scientific quota. That's bullshit. That's never how good music was made. Mic placement, the wall of sound, Phil Spector, Motown, all those recording techniques, and Sun Records, Johnny Cash putting a matchbook in the top of his guitar to get a certain percussive sound. That's just all on the spot ingenuity. That's real engineering. That's what me and Nick try and follow, is our on the spot ingenuity, instead of, tried and true. We're not trying to seek out to be exactly level and mixed for optimal performance in every field. It's important to us. Is it a good song? Like, if we learn it to perform it live, will it play well? If the answer is yes, then even if the recording is not so strong, then we could always end up doing it live later and having it on a live recording, and that version ends up being the main version that people know. Anyway. Oh, man. I cannot tell you. Seriously, to be honest with you guys, and, not trying to sound egomaniacal, not trying to even sound cool, intentionally embracing the fact that I sound like an idiot. It's because, dude, sometimes when you're making an album, like, literally your brain turns into complete mush. And from that mush, these amazing mystical songs arise out of the swamps of your mind. Swear to God, these songs come from these very dark places. And I mean, that's part of the reason I cried so hard when I listened to Citizen Score, is because when I listened to Before My Eyes, it never really sounded so sad as when I thought about how much we were fighting on that album. And then to really know that a lot of the pain that I was going through was just that I did want to record up to the standards and speeds that Nick, felt that I should be recording, but I was going through like a really intense, personal thing. And to hear those songs and know the personal sacrifices that went into the record. Literally, blood, sweat, and tears for real. There's no other reason why I would give a 5-hour exclusive, and I am getting off right now, in fear of saying anything more completely idiotic than I've already said. But I wish everyone a happy holiday and a Merry Christmas. And we love you from the People's Love Cult. I love you, Nick. Great job. I love you, Devin. I look forward to working with you both. Hey, I'm trying to end it all casual. I look forward to working with you both in the future. I hope you don't mind that I just completely, in a stream of conscious rants, maybe undermined everything that we've ever done. I don't know. I hope not.